Sure, I'll just do a combination of work and public hearing since we're doing both. All right, and we are live. Good morning. Welcome to the Joint Standing Committee on Innovation Development and Economic Advancement. This committee is assembled electronically today for the purpose of inviting comment on legislation and then for work sessions after. Before we get started, I want to share some information related to the fact this meeting is being conducted using an electronic format. The meeting is currently being live streamed on the committee's YouTube channel. This means anyone who is a participant in the meeting via Zoom can be seen and heard if their microphone is unmuted. People in the Zoom waiting area to testify can be seen or heard until they are called upon to speak. This meeting will be recorded and available to view on the YouTube channel soon after it has concluded. I think we're all good by now with our little names on our boxes. Anyone in the attendee list, if your name does not match how you have signed up to either testify in a public hearing or participate in our work sessions, if you could change that. If you need assistance, you can chat with our clerk, Ms. Jody Breton. Along the lines of the chat room is only to be used for technical reasons. No substantive discussion will be done in the chat room. Whether we're calling on you to testify or for a work session, you will have a little lapse of a few seconds where you're in limbo. It's fine, you will join us shortly. And although this format's no longer super new to us, we do still have glitches, so bear with us if that happens. All questions of person testifying today or questions during work sessions will be made through the chair. And with that, we do have a briefing from the commissioner this morning too, so we've got a lot going on. Let's just go ahead and do introductions with everybody.
I will start. Good morning. My name is Valley Geiger. I am representative for District 93, Rockland and Owl's Head.
Good morning, everybody. First, I want to do a shout out. I am a proud member of the Children's Caucus, and in April we did have the Week of the Young Child, which we all celebrated in our own way. Anyway, I'm Sarah Pebworth. I represent House District 133.
Good morning, I'm Senator Scott Searway, and I represent District 16, which covers Waterville, Winslow, Fairfield, Benton, Albion, Clinton, and Unity Township.
Good morning, Representative Jack Ducharme, representing House District 111, Madison, Norridgewock, and Solon.
Good morning, Maine, from Gray. I represent portions of my hometown, and I also have portions of Raymond, Casco, and I have all of Fry Island that sits in Big Sevago Lake.
Representative Tavis Hassenfuss, House District 81, Winthrop, Reedfield, and part of Monmouth.
Representative Kyle Bailey, House District 27, part of Gorham, and a small part of North Scarborough.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Sue Bernard. I represent District 149, and that is Caribou, New Sweden, and Westmanland.
And good morning again. I'm Representative Tiffany Roberts, your House Chair, representing House District 6, which is the majority of North Berwick and South Berwick.
And good morning, I'm Senator Chip Curry, the Senate Chair, and I represent the 26 rural, coastal, and island communities of Waldo County.
And we also have our committee clerk, Ms. Jody Breton, again, who you can contact if you're having any technical issues. We also have our analyst, Ms. Rachel Olson, there on the blue screen. We can get into logistics of the public hearing after, but I can probably hand the, oh, he's going again. But we do have a briefing from DECD first this morning to start us off. So Ms. Breton, if you could let the department in, we can start there. Good morning.
Morning. Representative Roberts, we have one more person from our department, Phoenix McLaughlin. He is also here to be helpful and answer any questions from our department.
Okay, Ms. Breton, can you let Mr. McLaughlin in as well? And Ms. Foy, you're going to be leading this off?
Nope, Commissioner Johnson is, and she will turn her camera on in just a second. She's a multitasker. There she is.
And just for the committee's information, you did receive some documents ahead of time yesterday in regards to the briefing this morning. So those will be in your inbox if you wanted to reference them during the briefing. And I will hand the floor over to you, Commissioner. Thank you.
Great. Good morning. Thank you. Good morning, all, and thanks for the time today. I think this morning was really intended to talk a little bit about next steps for Pine Tree Zones, where we are, kind of what some of the intent is, because I think potentially in some of our testimony, the intent of kind of next steps wasn't maybe as clear as we had hoped for. So the memo that Phoenix put together and sent out yesterday, I think is a good step forward there. I'll kind of hit a couple of highlights and then maybe try to, as a team, we can try to support or answer any of the questions that you have. So we talked a lot about infrastructure to support Pine Tree Zones. The CRM tool that we will be using is called Salesforce. That work has begun, and the project team that is implementing that has indicated that we will be up and running by September and be able to be pulling data from the system by the end of September. So that answers the question of when, which I think is helpful. There's obviously a lot of data that's got to try to get migrated over, and that's not an easy move from a really antiquated, might as well be in notebook kind of work into Salesforce. And so that's a little bit why that is a long timeline. And then the other piece of that maybe just to put out there is one of the things when we, in partnership with, something like 1,300 people across the state, many of you, developed a strategic plan. We talked a little bit about incentive programs and do we have the right ones or don't we have the right ones? And so we have also launched some work to think about what are we trying to incent? What is being used kind of nationally to do that work? We actually had a meeting yesterday with a person who sits on a number of boards of kind of life sciences and biopharma to get a sense for what they're seeing. A state like Minnesota, as an example, has 47 incentive programs. And so the question is, is this, what are all of the states doing? And we're doing that development work behind the scenes. We're also looking at kind of what are the 2 or 3 targeted things that we want to incent. When Pine Tree Zones was established, it was established in, double-digit unemployment. Now potentially we're looking to incent some additional things than just any job. There may be other things that we're trying to look at. Or there are things that we're trying to look at. So we have started to put together a working team and wanted to kind of engage the committee as well in that work to figure out how and where you'd like to be involved there, to put together some recommendations for next session around potential ideas for new policy for business attraction and retention. I think to do that effectively, we've got to make sure that the business climate is stable and predictable and businesses aren't worried that whatever we've committed to them is going away and that we don't have something to use in the interim, because as we talked about before, the investment pipeline is actually pretty active right now. Businesses are looking at Maine as a really good solution and we don't want to lose that momentum. So we want to keep the current program in place while we build and develop a new program. And then we need to think about kind of transitions and runways for businesses who are in Pine Tree Zones so that we are able as a state to live up to commitments we've made to them and or they can shift into a new program if that works for them as well. So I would say we are trying to look at Senator Daughtry's bill as a stopgap measure so that we can create stability in the business climate while we review and determine kind of what is the right program going forward. Representative Roberts, that I think is kind of the overview that we had. Happy to take any questions.
Absolutely. Are there questions from the committee? Representative Austin.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Commissioner, welcome. And can you tell us, you mentioned the number of incentive programs, and I'm sort of sheepish to admit, I guess I don't know how many we do have in total. Do you have a count on that?
In Maine, you mean how many we have?
Yes.
Phoenix, do you that fall into this range? I can go back to the same tool and pull it for you, Representative Austin, but I don't have it. Phoenix may.
Yeah, I don't have the number up from the tool that you were looking at, Commissioner, but I think by their count, it would be probably in the range of 1 to 2 dozen. You know, that lumps together a lot of things. Obviously, the ETIF and Pine Tree Zone programs are kind of like the leading incentive programs that we have, but there's also some smaller, more specific tax credits for businesses.
Would that be something, Commissioner, that would not be a lot of work for us to have a list of those?
Yeah, actually, I'm pulling it in parallel while we talk.
Oh, okay.
So I may even have it
Sure.
for you, but if there's another question, I will have it for you before our time here is done, Representative Austin.
Okay, thank you so much.
Is there another question for the commissioner? Seeing none. Oh,
President Roberts, can I take one more second on Representative Austin's question? Because we've got Pine Tree is kind of this base, and then there are other incentive packages that do other very specific things. So, you know, one thing that might be helpful, as opposed to me just giving you a number right now, Representative Austin, is we can do a chart that shows kind of what the credit is and what the value of what the intent of the credit is. And that might be more helpful because some of these are kind of one-off pieces. So it will look like we have a lot of tools that aren't actually tools for the broader business community. So why don't we take a half a step back, and then we could send that to you later today or tomorrow, if that's acceptable?
That is perfectly acceptable. Thank you so much.
Yeah.
Representative Pepworth.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Commissioner, for being here this morning. I wonder if you could just give us a couple sentences about the 2019 legislative report about the qualified businesses that you sent along to us. I have a specific question, but it might be helpful just to get a little executive summary.
Yeah, Phoenix, why don't I pass that one to you if you don't mind?
Sure. So that report just provides some basic data that is requested by statute and the Pine Tree Zone statute for the committee. So it includes just the list of the businesses who participate in Pine Tree Zones, where they're located, the number of jobs they started with when they joined. And then it provides some top line information about, you know, the wages, the number of jobs, aggregate investment over a combined time period. But yeah, we're happy to answer any particular question you have about that.
Do you have a follow-up, Representative Pepworth?
I do, if I might. And this might be a bit off topic, but I noticed that Hancock County is not particularly well represented. Any comments on that?
Yeah, I would say, you know, we respond to businesses that come to us with applications and they're interested in the program. We do some, you know, obviously the department is engaged in business development, looking for businesses that need state assistance and, you know, are interested in our programs. If particular regions aren't representative, that means that particular program was not a fit for businesses that were expanding in that area. So that doesn't mean that it's not available to them. It doesn't mean that they can't use it. It might just not have been a fit for a particular business activity that was ongoing, but it looks like the commissioner maybe wanted to add something.
I think this is a good place where kind of thinking about outreach and marketing and communications of these programs is really important, because I do think we see pockets, right? And for the geographies that are eligible for the full access, it's not equally distributed against kind of their GDP input or any of those other numbers of businesses. It's not necessarily reflective of that. So I think the concept of how do we talk about these programs, how do we get clean, clear programs that we can talk about easily that look at business attraction and retention is part of the ongoing work of what does that communication look like to make sure that entrepreneurs know what's available to them, new business startups know what's available to them and where it's available to them. I think geographies, this sector versus geography discussion is one that needs to be had as part of this incentive work. And we have both in Pine Tree zones. So I think that's a good question too, that needs to be reviewed. We may come back to the same place, but it should at least be thought through.
Thank you. I appreciate that. One last question about this particular report, which is there's a lot of zeros in baseline employment, I think is the title heading. So then where do we baseline employment? So where might we see what happens to that zero?
Yeah, so we do get the reported number of added qualified employees from the business when they submit their annual reports. That particular data included in the report is what is included by statute, what is requested, I believe. So, but I think in terms of providing information, we can just include some employment data and send that over to you so you can see some of the outcomes. Yeah, I can't speak specifically to why the language requested the baseline employment number, but that is what is included in the report as required, and we can, but we can also include some of the subsequent employment information.
Thank you. That would be helpful, I think.
That's some of the opportunity too, that with Salesforce will be kind of a button click versus the whole delve.
Representative Austin?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Representative Pepworth has put forth a great question about Hancock County. And I hope I will be fairly accurate in just sharing that in the beginning, when Pine Tree zones were initiated, I think it was somewhere around, it was the beginning of the Baldacci administration. I think it was about 2003, 2004, maybe 2005. And I can't remember the name of the commissioner at the time. I can see him, but I can't remember his name. But it didn't take too long for us to realize that we were not probably serving, for whatever reasons, much of what perhaps Commissioner Johnson has referred to in the northern area, because that was what was specified, the northern part of the state. And that's when gradually it moved to Cumberland County. There was some, I think there was some business interests in that area, and so it was expanded. But so I think, again, her answer on Salesforce, et cetera, and encouraging more of the use in the outer rim, et cetera, will hopefully, give us a more thorough picture of availability and engagement. So I hope I'm accurate. Thank you.
I do think you're right, Representative Austin, with that. That's a little bit of the background we have as well. One of the other things Salesforce will let us do is look at kind of the attraction and retention map versus kind of where the incentives are being used, so that we can match up the heat map and see, do people know? Do they not know? Is it doing it right? How do we line these up? And that will be helpful too, to see, to try to start to draw correlations, right? I mean, it's rarely one thing that drives a business to make a decision. But but certainly is it part of that equation or not is an important question.
Are there any other questions from the committee? No, seeing none. Thank you, Commissioner, for your time and for your memos for us to reference. We appreciate it.
Great. Thank you all. See you shortly.
Next, we're going to move into public hearing mode. Let me just see if we have the sponsor. I know she's in another committee, so let me just check.
Are you looking for Senator Daughtry?
Yeah, she said she'd be right over in a second.
I just took a phone call. She's in education and I can get her right here.
Okay, right, I'll start the formalities then. We are going to move into public hearing now. Testimony will be taken by the sponsor, the co-sponsors, and then people for and then against, and either for or against. You will have 3 minutes to give your testimony. I'll try to keep time on mine as well. And then the committee members can ask questions going forward from there. And with that, if we have, yeah, I think I see Senator Daughtry here. I will now open the public hearing for LD 1641, an act to ensure continued access to film and stage theaters and music venues. And that's presented by Senator Maddie Daughtry.
Good morning, everyone. Apologies.
Good morning.
I was in judiciary, then over to education to get started, and then over here. So let me just pull up the correct testimony real quick.
The timing was perfect.
We're all in the thick of it for session. Okay. Senator Curry, Representative Roberts, and members of the Committee on Innovation, Development, Economic Advancement, and Business. My name is Maddie Daughtry, and I'm the Assistant Senate Majority Leader, and I'm the State Senator for Senate District 24, which includes the towns of Brunswick, Freeport, Harpswell, North Yarmouth, and Pownell. And I'm here today to present LD 1641, an act to ensure continued access to film and stage theaters and music venues. COVID-19 has been hard on all of us, and the impact on our economy has been seen and felt statewide, nationwide, and internationally. It's been particularly difficult on our arts communities, and particularly on performing arts. I grew up working with theater. I grew up, being an active participant as well as being a member of our local film clubs. And I spent my life sort of in movie theaters or on stage, and absolutely enamored of what the performing arts community not only does for students, for their emotional development and growth, but also just for your confidence and also for what they do for a community. I reside in Brunswick. We have several different theaters. I actually live right across the street from the Theater Project, where I grew up acting, who has been shuttered since the pandemic first started, as well as the Maine State Music Theater, which has been an incredible economic driver, who has also been going through the same process of not been able to, open their doors. As a small business owner myself, who's had to navigate and adapt to deliver my products within the pandemic, it's not been easy, but I found methods to be able to make those sales. For performing arts areas, whether it's a theater or a music venue or a film, they've not been able to change that method in quite the same delivery method. It's been hard for these businesses, these organizations, as well as these employees. I mean, think about the last time anyone in this committee went to go see a film. We're seeing, even in Brunswick, we've already had, one of our, theaters close. The Evening Star Theater, which is one of our wonderful small independent theaters who's been here for years, is still shuttered just down the block from me. So having, grown up in these communities and seeing firsthand the impact, my own business, when Maine State Music Theater or when the, movie theater, when there's a big film in town, we see this impact. People go out for dinner beforehand, they get a drink afterwards. It helps, everyone. It's a rising ship, a rising tide raises all ships. So that's what led me to submit this bill, to find a way to be able to support these organizations and these businesses who are really having some of the hardest time right now with this pandemic. Now, with everything that's been going on the federal level, particularly the shuttered venue grant, we are getting federal funds that are going to these institutions. And, you know, we're still waiting to see how the ARP, how those monies coming through the American Rescue Plan will be put forward. And there's still guidelines that are going. So when I submitted this bill, there wasn't necessarily the federal relief that we were looking for. And so that's why I was looking to model something for the state level. In conversations with DCD and also just looking down the pike on what's coming, I think at this point, this bill needs to sort of be a little bit more nuanced. We don't have the money right now as a state to be able to do the level of grants that would be really needed by these organizations. So I know there'll be folks in the department who will be speaking after me. I'd like to say I'd like to amend my bill to resolve to help the department be able to commit and you know, issue out these one-time federal funds for a grant program in that method. And we can get that for you for the work session. But I don't think there's a need at this point to commit it into statute, because hopefully this is an unprecedented time. This is a one-time economic recovery generation program and not something that needs to be fully on our books. You know, I'll defer to those who can speak on their personal experiences. My overwhelming goal with this, and I'm sure I speak for everyone on this committee, is to help these organizations and to make sure that, you know, our film and stage and music venues are able to get through this pandemic and open their doors again. So no matter whether it's, you know, going for Resolve to be able to work with federal funds or finding other methods, my major goal with this is just to help those organizations. With that, I'm happy to take any questions.
Thank you, Senator. Are there questions from the committee? Representative Austin.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Senator. Good to see you. I miss seeing you about 3 seats over. You're not here in my kitchen with me. I don't understand that.
I miss seeing you too.
My question is, the presentation that was made, what's today? Thursday. On Tuesday, was very compelling, ran along similar lines, of course, as yours. And I believe one of the testifants, as Solomon Millet would call them, mentioned 2022. And because that just gives me a terrible shock. I'm hoping that we can really get moving before that. What are your, in view of what we see coming as support for them, what is your feeling at this point about maybe really seeing some energy and some open activity, you know, coming for us?
Can I ask a clarifying question? Do you just mean in grant support and anything we can do to help these organizations, that kind of thing?
Well, in terms of the timing of it, I mean, what is your vision of, let's say, open ability in view of the fact that we are hopeful that there is help upon the way?
Absolutely. As far as open ability for these venues, I always defer to the CDC. I mean, I have to do that within my own organization. And I know those guidelines are there to keep us safe. It is difficult. I mean, if you look at, you know, the theaters of trying to make sure you're having, you know, the 6 feet area, you're already looking at a reduced capacity, but, you know, that's to keep us safe and it's there for a reason. I'm going through this in my own business. You know, we can't, because we're such a narrow little pub, we can't have inside seating. So we're actually working with the town to find a way to adapt and do outdoor. And I know some venues are doing sort of outdoor seating. I've talked to a couple of theaters who are doing film projections outside and sort of doing it that way. So that I really defer to the CDC on. But as far as timing of the financial relief, as soon as humanly possible. We know that these programs, you know, can be a little bit unwieldy, and that's why I see turning this as a resolve to assist DECD to be able to issue these one-time funds as quick as possible is what we need to do. I mean, we're looking at places that have been shuttered for, you know, coming on 14 months. And just think about your own personal budget. If you had no money coming in, maybe you were lucky you got PPP, maybe you got an EIDL. But for most of these places who are used to seeing, you know, significant amount of money coming in, you know, we have a lot of summer stock theater and a lot of summer stock music. You know, they haven't had any income in 14 months. So it's a pretty dire situation. And I'm incredibly concerned about losing our cultural, you know, agencies. These are theaters that have been around for some of them for a couple hundred years. And some of the film theaters we're looking at, you know, there's not a ton of independent film places left. And even, we lost one of our large chain theaters here in Brunswick. So it's a hard situation, and we need to do everything we can to get them the financial relief that they need now. They've not had the same opportunities as other businesses like my own.
Thank you.
Of course.
Any further questions for Senator Daughtry? Seeing none. Thank you for joining us this morning.
Thank you so much. Lovely to see you all. And I still owe you chocolate whenever we're in person.
I think like double now.
Yeah, no, I'm gonna have to bake you guys a full spread of cookies and cakes.
Ms. Breton, if you could bring in Mr. Cashman and Ms. Pugliese speaking for the bill. We'll hear from Mr. Cashman first.
Good morning.
Good morning,
Can you hear me
Mr.
all right?
Yes.
Okay, very good. Thank you. Representative Roberts, Senator Curry, distinguished members of the committee, it's a pleasure to see everyone this morning. I don't think I've had the opportunity to speak to you all yet this session, so it's nice to see everyone. I'm here on behalf of, my name is Andy Cashman. I'm a partner at Pretty Flaherty, and I'm here on behalf of my client, the Theater Owners of New England, in strong support of LD 1641. We also did file written comments in support of the bill that you heard related to this a little earlier this week. But we strongly support this bill because it's an economic lifeline to theaters. As you've heard, as a result of the government mandated restrictions, which we fully support and appreciate that it's absolutely there to protect people's safety, the reality of it is that it is a massive impact on movie theaters in particular. Theater Owners of New England represent most of the movie theaters in the state. And, the reality for our industry is that the nationwide box office has plunged by 80%. There are not many businesses that could survive that, especially with mounting fixed costs like rent and property taxes. Movie theaters will be back. They're the best way to see cinema. There are independent theaters and larger owned chains and things like that. They will come back, but it is going to take time. And this is intended to bridge the gap. Without something like this, and I would like to just recognize Representative Austin's comments in terms of the urgency of this need. We need to have this support as quickly as possible. Otherwise, there are a number of theaters that won't be able to reopen. And those are theaters that are committed to their communities. Some, as I said, are private, smaller movie theaters, and some are larger, but all are committed to their communities and employ people in those communities, oftentimes elderly or disabled folks or younger people in their first jobs. And I would really recognize too that movie theaters are providing a shared cultural experience that is something that has been really lacking from all of our lives in the last, over a year here, and is important to our communities that we need to support. I would just speak to some of the other federal programs that have been out there. There was some talk about, I think, the CARES Act money and some of the grants that were provided through the state, through the CARES Act money. Those were not able to go to a number of our members because of their business structure. There's also a federal program that's coming out called the Federal Shuttered Venue Operators Grant Program. And on that, the issue there is that it's been very slow going. It's an SBA loan program. It's been very slow. There are a lot of limitations on it. And there are a lot of concerns that it won't be able to be in place fast enough to be able to help. And so while we appreciate, the desire to kind of slow things down a little bit in some respects, we would really respectfully urge the committee to try to find a way of maybe using some of this new federal money that, I'm sorry, I'll wrap up. Thank you. But we would maybe just urge some outside the box thinking of looking at some of that new federal money that's coming into the state to provide a bridge to some of these facilities so that they don't shutter forever. So with that, I appreciate it. I apologize for going over a bit and more than happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Are there any questions from the committee for Mr. Cashman? Representative Austin.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Andy, good morning.
Good morning.
A question that, because of the prior presentation, as I referred to on Tuesday, I've kind of been thinking about this as a composite of challenge, and I'm wondering if as these places have been shuttered for such a length of time, I would assume there's anticipation of, or maybe there's already been a evaluation of their real estate, and perhaps I hate to call it property damage, but effect by just not being used. We all know that when a building or a home is closed for a certain amount of time, sometimes when you go back, I mean, I've only been away from my cottage for a few months, and I'm afraid to go back and peek because with shuttering, a lot can happen. Has there been any addressing of that? And will some of these funds, these sources, these streams of funds be able to be used for actually renovation? I don't want to call it renovations, just upkeep, current upkeep.
Sure. Thank you, Representative. It's a great question. And yes, that would be part of what these funds would be able to be used for. And you're right, when you leave a property vacant or near vacant for an extended period of time, things happen. And that would be one issue and one thing that these businesses would be able to use that for. Otherwise, they would just be going further into the hole if they were able to do it. I would say one interesting spin on that, though, in terms of it has been some states have actually, and I know we can't really do this in Maine, but some states have looked at property taxes and creating kind of a moratorium on property tax increases or changing the valuation for those properties because of the lack of revenue that they've had to try to provide some assistance. We didn't want to pursue that in Maine for obvious reasons with home rule and everything, and we respect that. But so this is sort of a different way of going about it, and it's something that a lot of other states have done to try to provide some more immediate relief that can be used more generally in the sorts of instances that you raised, Representative.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Are there any further questions for Mr. Cashman? Seeing none, thank you for your testimony today.
Thank you all for your time.
Thank you. Ms. Pugliese, how are you? The floor is yours.
Thank you. Senator Roberts, Representative Roberts, Senator Curry, esteemed members of the committee. It is wonderful to be back again with you 2 days later. I submitted written testimony that looks very similar to what I shared with you on Tuesday. And I'd like orally just today to reiterate on behalf of the Cultural Alliance of Maine and the Maine Association of Nonprofits our strong support for LD 1641 and restate to echo Mr. Cashman how critical it is for so many of these performing arts and cultural venues to have immediate support in order to be able to stay open, in order to be able to hire back some of the workers that they had to furlough or let go in the past year. And also to sort of affirm that we do know that many of the federal funds that have been made available to performing venues and entertainment spaces likely won't reach many of the smaller nonprofit venues in Maine. Sarah Woodard at the Maine Association of Nonprofits, my colleague, has been working closely with a lot of national stakeholder groups and looking at the estimates of the funds available through the SVOG and the eligibility requirements and prioritization levels. We know that smaller nonprofits who are in tier 3 of eligibility for the SVOG funds are unlikely to receive much, if any, support through that program. So a program like this, funds like this would truly be the lifeline that they need. Thank you. Again, my written testimony looks very much like it did on Tuesday, and we really are grateful that there are multiple bills up that are addressing this issue, and we look forward to answering any questions that you have now or in the future.
Thank you. Does the committee have any questions for Ms. Pugliese? Seeing none, thank you for your testimony this morning.
Thank you very much for the time.
Ms. Breton, do you have anyone else in the attendee room looking to testify in favor of this bill, or do we just have the department left?
All I have signed up is just the department left.
Okay, if you could bring Ms. Foy in, please. Thank you.
Good morning,
Hello again, Ms. Boyd.
Senator Curry is sort of here. I see his cameras off, and Representative Roberts, members of the IDEA Committee. My name is Kate Foy. I am the legislative liaison for the Department of Economic and Community Development. I'm here today to present testimony neither for nor against LD 1641. I also have submitted testimony that looks very similar to what I spoke about a couple of days ago. And I know you have a lot of work sessions today, so I won't do all the favors of repeating what I said the other day, but instead just offer a couple of comments. The first is that the Shuttered Venue Grant Program is currently open, as I mentioned the other day, and we're encouraging organizations to seek that route. And again, I would reiterate that it is our intent to supplement the need after that program has been awarded. We look forward to working with the sponsor and others in the coming months in this important issue, and would just like to share a couple of concerns that we have with this bill as written, but believe that we can solve those. I did already speak with Senator Daughtry, but we did respectfully ask that she would consider amending the bill to a resolve. The legislation is asking to commit one-time federal funds for a one-time grant program. Therefore, there's not a need to commit this to statute. And as written, the bill creates rules for the use of federal funds. Treasury has not yet issued rules for those funds that are going to be received through the American Rescue Plan Act. So hard to put those in statute as well, since we aren't completely clear yet on exactly everything we can use or how we can use these funds. And I'd be happy to take any questions. We certainly recognize the immediate need. These federal funds haven't arrived yet. It does sort of limit how quickly we can move on this, and the grant applications for the Shuttered Venue Program are currently open.
Committee have any questions for Ms. Foy? Seeing none. Thank you for your testimony.
Great, thank you. I'll be available for the work session.
Okay, great, thank you. So Ms. Breton, we do not have anyone else in the attendee room wishing to testify, correct?
I do not have anyone else signed up.
Okay, great. All right, having heard testimony from all those present, I will now close the public hearing for LD 1641. And now we can move into work session. Senator Curry, would you like me to continue still?
If you would please, thank you.
Absolutely. Okay, so we're going to move into work session now. I'm going to go back to the script a little bit just to go over what we need to go over for that. So we are moving into work session. The purpose is for the committee to receive information from the staff and others in order to consider legislative proposals before them and make recommendations or reports to the legislature. Only committee members, the committee analysts, and those specifically invited to attend will be participating in the work session using Zoom. For members of the public wishing to observe this meeting, it's being live streamed on the committee's YouTube channel. It will also be recorded for viewing after this meeting is concluded. We are also broadcasting the audio of this meeting on legislature's website, which is legislature.maine.gov. We're going to reiterate the same verbiage as far as the chat function, only to be used for technical issues. I think we've gone over most of this. Members will speak at the leave of the chair. Materials will be provided electronically for this meeting, either through screen share, email, or posted on the committee materials page before the meeting or soon after. When it comes time to vote, we must have a quorum present, at least 7 members, including a senator, in order to be counted as present. I don't think we need to redo introductions. So what we have on the docket today is LD 730, LD 1297, LD 1327, LD 1497, LD 1517, LD 1533, which we may take out of order, and LD 1551 with breaks and lunch as needed. That being said, we are going to start out and open the work session for LD 730, an act to protect economic competitiveness in Maine by extending the end date for the Pine Tree Development Zone benefits. And I will hand it over to Ms. Olson.
Good morning, everybody. Okay, so we started this morning off with a briefing related to the Pine Tree Development Zone program that the committee had asked to have in regards to information they desired from the previous work session. So the bill before you is an act to protect economic competitiveness in Maine by extending the end date for Pine Tree Development Zone benefits. The bill changes the date after which a qualified Pine Tree Development Zone business in a Tier 1 location may not be certified from December 31st of 2021, so the end of this year, to December 31st, 2024. And then it changes the date that all Pine Tree Development Zone benefits are terminated from December 31st, 2031 to December 31st, 2034. So it's extending those dates by 3 years, and then makes corresponding changes in several sections of law that reference those dates. At the previous work session, the committee had a number of questions in regards to data surrounding the effectiveness of the Pine Tree Development Zone program. Some of those questions were answered, and others about, for example, the database that we heard about this morning, when that would be up and running and when usable data could be accessed from that. So we had the department present this morning as a follow-up to a request the committee put in for more information. I'm happy to review anything else from the previous work session that individuals in the committee might have for me, but I don't have any new, other than the report we had this morning, no new information.
Thank you. Does the committee have questions for Ms. Olson? Senator Searway.
I just wanted to know what improvements are they going to do for just keeping track of what they've been doing. I think that was the big issue, I think, of keeping track of everything.
Was that
I know
a
that
question for Ms. Olson? Okay.
Yeah.
You know, in the information that they provided to the committee, they did mention convening a working group to spearhead the efforts of analyzing the goals of the economic development strategy and considering what programs such as the Pine Tree Development Zone align with the economic development strategy and what's working and what's not. So therefore, they have convened a working group in order to spearhead that. They're looking at other ETIF programs and other programs that help this type of development. You know, they indicated that to end the program, or to allow the program to end as it is currently in statute, would potentially make it more difficult to make changes based off of the work that they're doing now in order to assess the program. And that if the bill was to be passed to extend the date by 3 years, that would give the business community the stability of knowing that the program is not just going to disappear, and then not know what would happen if it's going to come back in another form. So that's what they indicated in their letter, which I shared with the committee by email and is in the electronic LD file.
So what I'm hearing is that they've got a goal, you know, the fixed goals and whatever, but it didn't really specify how they were going to track the success of their programs.
Oh, sorry, I think I misunderstood. I believe the implementation of the Salesforce database is going to be able to collect the data that then they're going to have as usable data to analyze, so that they have information to compare to success rates to actually be able to determine outside of anecdotal information whether or not it's being successful. I also mentioned that, you know, in their focus group, in their letter, they're working with outside groups. They mentioned working with an economics class at the University of Maine at Farmington, who focused on researching other states' business incentive policies and lessons that could be learned and applied here. And I know the committee had questions about similar programs in other states as well. So there is a lot of action that's being taken. They hope to have a policy proposal for the second session of the 130th legislature to address the Pine Tree Development Zone program. But as I indicated, they'd really hoped the committee would support the bill to allow consistency for businesses. And that's what they expressed in their letter.
Thank you.
Representative Ducharme.
Yes, just a comment. Thank you, Chairman Roberts. I was talking with Commissioner Johnson about this the other day, and she indicated to me that that Salesforce program should be live by, I think, September, she said, so that a lot of this data that we're looking for would be quite readily available once that's up and running. So just to throw that out there.
Okay, are we now open for discussion now, or does anyone else have questions for Ms. Olson? I know we've already heard from the department this morning as well. So we open up for discussion or entertain a motion. Representative Ducharme.
I would make a motion to pass. I'm not sure if there's an amendment for a fiscal note or not. Is there?
Let me check on that. I would guess no, because it's only extending the deadline. It's not adding or changing anything about the program other than its length. So I think if the committee wants to go forward with a straight ought to pass vote, that I'd feel comfortable with that. And if it turns out there is a fiscal note or it's going to have some type of requirement attached to it, I can just bring that back to the committee, and the committee can say, okay.
Commissioner Johnson just texted me and said no fiscal note on it.
Yeah, I would guess. I'd feel really confident that we can go forward with that, but I can always be wrong.
So my motion is ought to pass.
Okay, we have a motion. Is there a second? Second by Senator Seaway. Discussion, Representative Geiger.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I guess I am reluctant to vote on something that extends a program for 3 years, especially given Representative Ducharme's remarks about the Salesforce program that will provide data being up and running this September. This seems to be a program for which there is very little good evidence that it has led to an increase in jobs and a change in according to what it was meant to do. I would be more comfortable extending it for 2 years. I certainly don't want to pull the rug out from under anybody, but this is a program that has already continued on with questionable worth.
Representative Geiger, are you offering a friendly amendment to
yes.
Representative Ducharme's? Representative Ducharme, I'll have you respond. Sounds like Representative Geiger is looking to amend it to 2 instead of 3 years.
Sorry about that. I couldn't unmute.
That's okay.
I'm not sure. I think the department had requested 3 years, but maybe we should ask the department if 2 years would get them out. I was kind of inclined to think that, but I didn't have a chance to speak to the department about it.
Okay. Let's bring Ms. Foy in, and then we'll get to the hands that are up just to kind of clarify this.
Morning again. Did you want me to address the 2 years?
The timing.
Sure. So Senator Daughtry proposed the 3 years in her bill. DECD can live with 2 years. Certainly the third year allows, sometimes the legislative process can be challenging. For instance, who knew that COVID was going to happen and we were going to have to end session very early last year at the end of the 129th. So it provides us a cushion. We certainly could come back if we're ready in 2 years, which is what we anticipate, and repeal that third year. Representative Geiger really just provides us with some stability for the unknown potential complications with what can happen in the legislature. Not that you all wouldn't do your jobs as quickly as possible, and mean no disrespect by that, but just now knowing what can happen at the last minute and how many bills we've been rehearing because of an early adjournment due to COVID-19 at the end of the 129th. So just provides us a little bit of a cushion to get the work done, but it's certainly our intent to get it done as quickly as possible. And had COVID not struck, we would be in a different place today.
I'm going to go to Representative Ducharme since he asked a question and has the pending motion and potential friendly amendment.
Based on what we've been told and based on my confidence in the DECD staff, I'm going to allow the amendment to drop it down to 2 years with the appropriate extensions as is necessary for the timeframes in the bill.
Senator Searway?
Yeah, I'll go with the second on that change.
Okay. Now back up to our discussion, Representative Bailey.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I will support the motion on the table for 2 years to extend the program, but I'll do so sort of with holding my nose to some extent. I'm frustrated by this program, and I'm not frustrated by the existing staff at DECD, who I think are trying to get their arms around this problem and solve it. I think my frustration goes back over the years to several administrations from both parties who've been sort of grappling with this program, and it goes back to politicians in both parties who've put their hands in the cookie jar and expanded this program to take it from something that was intended to be to make it something that it's not, and now it's sort of a crapshoot. And I think we need to get our arms around this and be smarter and more strategic, and make sure it ties into our 10-year economic development plan, and that we're really gearing the programs that we have to make sure that we are getting the outcomes that we need around workforce development and attraction and retention, and not just throwing money away. But businesses also need predictability, and we can't just eliminate something without replacing it with something else. And so I'll support the amendments on the table, but I appreciate the work that the commissioner and the staff at DEC are doing in the administration to solve this, and happy to partner and collaborate on a solution. So thank you.
Representative Austin.
Thank you, Madam Chair. What I'm about to say is not prompted by the amendment or the stated vote. But Kate, to this end, I was thinking the other day during the discussion about this, wasn't there, the Oversight Committee, did they not do a fairly extensive report on this just within the last 2 or 3 years? I remember our committee, Anne Marie was on that. I think she chaired that committee. And I just wonder if it's in our material, I apologize. But if not, could maybe a summary of that could help this committee and myself as well, because I know this has been an ongoing discussion about its mission, its success, its use, And I don't know if there's anything within that work that was done by the Committee of Oversight to help us as we help you and the state move forward.
Yes, I'm just looking to make sure that, yes. So a report was done by the Government Oversight Committee and presented to the Government Oversight Committee this session, actually. And Phoenix did include some responses to questions that the Government Oversight Committee had about the Pine Tree Development Zone program in the materials he sent. The report itself, I don't know if that has to come from OPEGA, but they did do a report. We did work with them. I think it was a report that Government Oversight Committee requested, so not wasn't something that although we were interviewed, it wasn't a report that we requested. So we're doing our own sort of analysis of the program and all of the tax credit programs with someone sort of from outside. This was a report. This was a report the Government Oversight Committee did. When we do our analysis, we want to look at states that we are competing with for other business and the programs that they have and how the Pine Tree Zone program compares with what they do so that we can be competitive as we look towards people investing in our state. So certainly I think OPEGA could provide that to you if you wanted. But it will look different than the analysis that we plan to do on the program.
If I may, Madam Chair.
Yes, so we're trying to keep the discussion of the motion at hand, Representative.
I just want to ask Ms. Boyd, was their work, I know they were very passionate about that being given a scrutiny, if you will, a good oversight. Was that information useful to you folks as you now are, as you said, it's not apples to apples, but did that have a positive impact on how you are moving forward? I know I'm putting you on the spot.
Yeah,
I know I am, and I'm sorry.
That's okay. I'm not sure I can answer that question. We'll use the data that was provided in the report. But again, I think the analysis that we're going to do to help us move forward will look different than what OPEGA did. And I think because the Government Oversight Committee was looking for certain information around the program, we're looking at it from a slightly different angle. And again, it's about our job is to promote economic development in Maine. And so we're going to look at it from the angle of how are we being competitive in attracting investment with other states that have similar programs, similar landscapes, similar industry, all of those things. So certainly we'll use the data that was provided, but you know, I think our report will be different. And again, I wish that we had the report to give you this session, but unfortunately, you know, due to the pandemic, the curtailments and the work that we were doing to keep the economy afloat kept us from doing some of that work. So we look forward to working with the committee in the short session on this.
Thank you.
Senator Curry.
Thank you, Chair Roberts. I am in support of this revised amendment. Very much for the predictability, and also because I am thinking of it not as an extension any longer, with the fear of it being just kind of continued crawling along extensions, but actually just the bridge to something better. And I guess my request of the department is to keep this committee informed, to include at least a committee member in the working group, because we have the same goal, but we also have a slightly different goal, which is to make sure what the design includes the ability for oversight, and to answer the question, not just are we delivering competitively similar things to our benchmark states, our similar states, but also are those things working, and can we know it? And is this a useful expenditure of the people's money. So I hope you will. I hope we will have regular kind of communications about how things are progressing and what's being proposed, rather than just a large proposal at the that we see for the first time and say this is it. So I would appreciate that inclusion, but I will be voting in support of the motion.
Could I respond, Representative Roberts?
Briefly.
Sure. Just want to say we'd be happy to include someone from the committee and happy to update you over the summer. If you choose to convene over the summer, we'll be happy to do that, and again in the fall.
Thank you. Okay. Seeing no other hands up, we have a motion on the table, ought to pass as amended. Is the committee ready for the vote? Ms. Breton, can you call the roll?
So I have an ought to pass as amended made by Representative Ducharme, seconded by Senator COA. Representative Geiger.
Yes.
Representative Geiger, yes. Representative Andrews is absent. Representative Pepworth.
Yes.
Representative Pepworth, yes. Representative Collmore is absent. Senator Lucchini is absent. Senator COA.
Yes.
Senator COA, yes. Representative Ducharme.
Yes.
Representative Ducharme, yes. Representative Austin.
Yes.
Representative Austin, yes. Representative Hassenfuss.
Yes.
Representative Hassenfuss, yes. Representative Bailey.
Yes.
Representative Bailey, yes. Representative Bernard.
Yes.
Representative Bernard, yes. Representative Roberts.
Yes.
Representative Roberts, yes. Senator Curry.
Yes.
Senator Curry, yes. That's 10 in the affirmative with 3 absent.
Okay, having all votes now been taken by those present, I will now close the work session on LD 730 and inquire as to Senator Curry, where if you'd like me to kick. I'm just waiting for a cue from you.
I'd be happy. Yeah, I was trying to text you. I'd be happy to take over the gavel. Thank you very much, and thank you for jumping in. So with that close of work session for LD 730, we will open up the work session for LD 1297, an act to provide educational opportunities for members of deceased veterans, first responders, and healthcare workers. Ms. Olson, do you have a bill analysis for us?
Yes.
There you go.
Yes.
Ms. Olson?
Making it big.
Okay, all right. It's
Sorry.
not shared yet.
Had the wrong version open, so it wouldn't open big enough. Wanted to make sure. Shall I make it larger, or is this?
No, that's good.
Okay. Great. LD 1297, an act to provide educational opportunities for family members of deceased veterans, first responders, and healthcare workers. This bill creates the Educational Opportunity Grant Program for family members of deceased veterans, first responders, and healthcare workers, administered by the Finance Authority of Maine, to provide post-secondary education grants to eligible children and spouses of veterans, first responders, and healthcare workers who die or contract a condition or illness that leads to their death. The program is funded by a fund that may accept appropriations, allocations, grants, or donations from public and private sources, including financial aid resources, and the authority, which is FAME, may solicit private donations for the fund. A couple of things to note that came up during the public hearing. It was noted during the public hearing that programs at both the federal and state level already exist for certain groups represented in the bill, particularly veterans and their families, and the spouses and dependents of Maine firefighters, law enforcement officers, and emergency medical service providers killed in the line of duty. The number of, it's also of note in the bill that the number of grants allowed a person is not capped, nor is the amount, either in a year or in aggregate. And there are no age limits or time frame specified. Restrictions of those nature are part of current federal and state benefit programs that already exist. Additionally, Bill Norbert from FAME indicated that as the bill is currently written in section 12942, it would allow for FAME to engage in the solicitation of a grant or donation. Mr. Norbert indicated that this would be unusual and potentially challenging for them to engage in solicitation of a grant or donation. And it was also noted that the term healthcare worker is not defined in the bill, and the committee might want to consider doing so in moving forward. The sponsor suggested a broad definition if doing so. In terms of information requests, again, as it was noted, there are some similar programs already in existence at the federal and state levels, and there was a question about what those are. Samantha Warren from the University of Maine system provided a couple of pieces of information. One is the university systems report about financial aid and these types of programs, tuition waivers, scholarships, etc. And that outlines those benefits, as well as providing a link to the publicly available information, which is related to the various tuition waiver programs that already exist. I've pulled the references from that webpage here that relate to the groups identified in the bill. So there's the Veterans Dependent Waiver. Per Maine law, tuition and mandatory fees and lab fees are waived for eligible orphans, widows, and widowers of veterans, as well as spouses and children of veterans who are disabled, missing in action, etc. There are a couple of other 100% disabled, missing in action, etc. The initial eligibility is determined by the Veterans Affairs Office of the state of Maine. A student must be enrolled in an associate's, bachelor's, or master's degree program. The tuition waiver may be reduced by any amount necessary to ensure that the value of this waiver, combined with all other grants and benefits received by the student, does not exceed the total cost of education. And this is in statute referenced here in Title 37B. Additionally, there's a state mandated tuition waiver for children of firefighters and law enforcement officers killed in the line of duty. Just if of note, the title on their webpage actually leaves out emergency medical services persons, but the statute refers to public servants, which includes those three categories. So per Maine law, tuition will be waived for eligible students, but will be limited to undergraduate degree programs and shall be limited to the earlier of not more than 5 years of full-time enrollment or its equivalent, or receipt of a baccalaureate degree. A person desiring a tuition waiver should contact the Department of Ed for determination of eligibility. And then I also linked FAME's page related to those tuition waiver programs for public servants as well, just so you can see what's out there in terms of information for the public. And then I believe many of us are aware of the fact that the VA at the federal level also offers education benefits for survivors and dependents. And there are some additional ones, as I mentioned, at the state level, and I've linked the state and federal information. Thinking about the GI Bill here, and there's sort of two options at the federal level moving forward. And as I note, in all of these cases, there are limits on, as it's described here, sort of the length of time or the amount or the age of the individuals who receive the program benefits. So then, knowing that information, the committee was interested in looking a little bit at the healthcare worker element of the bill as proposed. And there was a question on how many healthcare workers or essential workers have died in the state as a result of COVID-19. I reached out to DHHS, and they got back to me with the following information: that as of April 28th, 2021, of the 778 deaths in Maine that meet the criteria to be classified as COVID-related, 2 have been of healthcare workers. And they didn't, they provided healthcare data. They didn't have specifics on essential workers. In terms of possible amendments, they made the following recommendation: that if the committee chooses to proceed, they may wish to instead amend the current tuition waiver for public servants to add healthcare workers, as the other groups in the bill already have programs available. And the University of Maine system made the following recommendation, which was described in the veterans program above, but if the bill moves forward, they would recommend that these new state benefits be considered last dollar, meaning that other financial assistance the student is eligible for has to be exhausted first, including federal Pell and the grants and the name state grant. The fiscal impact for this has not yet been determined, but it was noted during the public hearing that a new program or the expansion of existing programs would likely result in added costs for Maine's institutions. This would result in a fiscal note, as public post-secondary institutions in the state already absorb significant costs related to existing waiver programs. And the University of Maine system spoke about that at the public hearing. And then I just provided the definitions that are relevant to the bill at the bottom, for your reference in considering the bill as you move forward. Happy to answer questions for the committee.
Are there any committee questions? Seeing none. Does not appear to be that the bill sponsor is here. Ms. Breton? Just checking, it doesn't look like Representative Brooks is here. Are there any comments or questions? Representative Bernard.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I'd actually like to make a motion. Is it too early to do that?
No, because we can still have discussion after the motion.
Okay. I'd like to move that LD 1297 ought not to pass. And I'll give my reasons if that's okay.
Let's see if we have a second first. Is there a second to ought not to pass?
Second.
Moved and seconded. Go ahead, Representative Bernard.
My reasons are, first of all, that there's a fair amount of redundancy in this bill that have already been covered by other monies that are available to these groups. To the small number of people that are not covered, we mustn't forget that we have an awful lot of scholarship money out there. In fact, I can tell you from working at a particular college that sometimes we have trouble even giving away all the scholarship that we have, because they have to be so directed, so pointed. They have so many different lists of what a student has to be in order to qualify. But if a student happens to be the son or daughter of say a first responder, that student could also fall under other types of scholarships if they're not too directed. When they get very, very prescribed by this, it makes it difficult to give away the monies that are available. So because there are other funds available for these people, also that the description of who healthcare workers are, that still has to be tightened up. It seems that there's a lot of vagaries in this particular bill. I'll be voting against it.
Thank you. Chair recognizes Representative Pedworth.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I agree with the redundancies, and that was quite a concern. Not a concern, it was really more of a celebration to know that the institutions are already doing so much. I wonder about those few healthcare workers related to COVID, and if there was something that we might do to honor those. And I'm sorry that Representative Brooks is not here to work with us on this.
Are there other comments? Are we ready for a vote? Ms. Breton, would you call the roll?
There. Okay, so I have an ought not to pass motion.
The motions ought not to pass by Representative Bernard, seconded by Senator Searway.
Okay. So if you're voting for ought not to pass, a vote of yes means you're in agreement. A vote of no means you're not in agreement. Representative Geiger.
Yes.
Representative Geiger, yes. Representative Andrews is absent. Representative Pebworth.
Yes.
Representative Pebworth, yes. Representative Collmore is absent. Senator Lupini is absent. Senator Seaway.
Senator Seaway?
Yes, I didn't hear what she had to say.
I'm thinking
Faded out.
I'm thinking Ms. Breton has to be masked right now.
Sorry, I was. Representative Ducharme.
Yes.
Representative Ducharme, yes. Representative Austin.
Yes.
Representative Austin, yes. Representative Hassenfuss.
Representative Hassenfuss, are you here?
Yes.
Representative Hassenfuss, yes. Representative Bailey.
Yes.
Representative Bailey, yes. Representative Bernard.
Yes.
Representative Bernard, yes. Representative Roberts.
Yes.
Representative Roberts, yes. Senator Curry.
Yes.
Senator Curry, yes. That's 10 in the affirmative with 3 absent.
With a unanimous vote of those present, the committee report will be ought not to pass, and we will close the work session on LD 1297. We'll now open the work session on LD 1327, an act to create the Maine Healthcare Provider Loan Repayment Program. And Ms. Olson, will you deliver your bill analysis?
Yes. Okay. Okay, great. Okay, LD 1327, an act to create the Maine Healthcare Provider Loan Repayment Program. This bill creates a new loan repayment program administered by the Finance Authority of Maine for healthcare providers who agree to live and work in the state for a minimum of 5 years. Under the program, the authority will pay up to $30,000 per year and the lesser of $150,000 in aggregate and 50% of the recipient's outstanding loan balance. The bill establishes a fund for the program, sets parameters for the administration of the program, and establishes an advisory committee to guide the work of the Finance Authority of Maine in administering the program. This piece of legislation, this bill before you, does have bill history, which I'll go over. So the bill history for this is LD 799 from the 129th. The original bill, which had a different title, was very similar to LD 119 the committee dealt with earlier this session. It had a focus only on amending the nursing education loan repayment program. The committee held 6 work sessions on LD 799. That resulted in Committee Amendment A being adopted as the majority report of the committee. The minority report was not to pass. It was an 8-4 vote. The Committee Amendment A that was adopted is very similar to LD 1327, which is before you today. LD 799 was not taken up on the floor as a result of early adjournment and died. So the bill before you today makes a few changes to LD 799 as amended. So not the original, but the committee amendment. The sponsor indicated that those changes were made in order to address access and equity for new Mainers and to implement recommendations that were made in the Commission to Study Long-Term Care Workforce Issues report from January of 2020. And the changes that are made in the bill before you today from LD 799 as amended are, in summary, it removes the definition of full-time and the requirement that a healthcare provider must work full-time. It adds the definition as well as the inclusion of direct care workers to the program. Included within the loans that are considered for an award, loans related to expenses for a healthcare professional who was trained or has credentials in a country other than the United States and its territories, and who is working towards a professional license in this state as determined by the advisory committee. So that's added to the list of loans that are considered for an award. Adding to the advisory committee, an individual representing or designated by the Permanent Commission on the Status of Racial, Indigenous, and Maine Tribal Populations, an individual representing healthcare professionals who were trained in or have credentials from a country other than the United States and its territories, and an individual representing direct care workers. So 3 additional representatives. And adding direct care workers to the list of those professions the authority and the advisory committee shall ensure are included among those considered each year as a priority. I'm just going to note this, and I think he's with us. Mr. Norbert from FAME shared a presentation which covers in more detail the proposed healthcare provider loan repayment model, sort of walks through how this would be implemented. I emailed that to the committee as a PDF. It's a presentation, but I emailed it as a PDF. He indicated his willingness to share it or discuss it, either himself or one of his colleagues, with the committee today, if the committee is interested in knowing more about how the process program could work. Also, if the links don't work, all of the supplemental materials are in the electronic LD files. In testimony, one individual suggested including dental professionals within the professions considered each year for priority consideration. That's section 12956. And then while the fiscal impact for this bill is not yet determined, I was able to pull some information, and I want to talk a little bit about the funding for this bill. As it's written, the funds for this program consist of money received from 25% of the proceeds from the renewal of the contract for the operations of the state's wholesale spirits business under Title 28-A, Section 90, as well as from existing funding from other authority programs that may, at the discretion of the authority, be combined with the program, and appropriations, allocations, and contributions from public and private sources. So a significant portion of funding is going to come from this 25% of the proceeds from LORF, LORF. As this is written currently, 65% of the Liquor Operation Revenue Fund is already allocated, with the remaining 35% going to the Maine Budget Stabilization Fund. So this is in current statute. The proposed bill would allocate an additional 25%. That would leave 10% to go to the Maine Budget Stabilization Fund. The section of statute that related to the Liquor Operation Revenue Fund is below. So the whole statute, so you can see what's being amended, is below for us to look at. LD 799, as amended in the 129th, had a fiscal note. The fiscal note addressed student loans for certain nurse educators. The committee considered this earlier in the session and voted on LD 119. So while I've included the fiscal note for LD 799 as amended, please note that the $1 million for the nursing education loan repayment is not a part of the bill before you today. And also in 2019, there were changes made to the Liquor Operation Revenue Fund. So the information in the fiscal note is no longer totally accurate, but I included it for your historical reference purposes and just noted what it would actually look like here in terms of the allocations out of the fund. And this is the liquor revenue statute. And I gave at the bottom the definition of what a direct care worker is within the bill. So again, happy to go over the details of that. And as I mentioned, we did have the presentation from Mr. Norbert, who is in the attendee list, should the committee like to learn more about the model process.
Do committee members have a question for Ms. Olson before we bring in Mr. Norbert? Seeing none. Ms. Breton, can you promote Mr. Norbert? And Representative Bailey, did you want to say anything on this before we go into the details with Mr. Norbert?
No, I think I covered a lot at the public hearing. I think we better get right to Mr. Norbert.
Great, thank you. Always try to give the sponsor an opportunity after the analyst.
I appreciate
So
that.
welcome, Mr. Norbert.
Thank you very much, Senator.
You are two people today.
Yes. Can you see my colleague, Martha Johnston?
I can.
Great.
Thank you.
Good.
Thank you.
Martha, if you'll allow, is our Director of Education at FAME and is very knowledgeable about all our education programs. And she helped me compile this PowerPoint. And so if it's to your pleasing, we thought we could just go through it together and then answer any questions you have.
How much time do you think you would need on this?
Oh, 10 minutes, 5 minutes, whatever you'd give us. We'll make it fit.
If you can make it 5 minutes, that would be great.
Okay. I bet we could.
And
Thank
then
you
if we
so
have
much.
questions, we might go through. Go ahead and
Sure.
Allow screen sharing, Ms. Breton.
Thank you so much, Senator Curry, Representative Roberts, distinguished members of the committee. Again, I'm Bill Norbert with FAME, and with me is my colleague, Martha Johnston. As I noted, she's our Director of Education. And keep in mind, this is an illustration of what the program could look like. It doesn't mean it has to look like this. It is up to the committee. Basically,
Mr. Norbert, we're not seeing anything. If you're thinking we're seeing it, there it is. Okay.
Okay, super.
Go ahead.
Thank you. So I'm going to pivot. I guess now is a good time for Martha to begin talking. This is modeled after our current Alpha on Leaders program, and it involves an advisory committee. Martha, why don't you start us off, please?
Sure, no problem. So thank you very much for having us here this morning. And as Mr. Norbert outlined, this is what a program could look like. It's a combination of our experience administering the Alpha on Leaders program, which is a student debt reduction program for STEM workers who live and work in Maine. But it's also based on our experience administering the dental loan repayment program. I won't bore you with lots of details, but you do have it in the PowerPoint, just basically what we would do as far as collect basic demographic information, making sure that we verify that someone has their Maine licensure in whatever health profession they are working in. We currently have an employer certification process in our programs, and we would continue that again to make sure there was program integrity. We would take a look at the original loan balances that they graduated with student loan debt, what their current balance is. But most importantly for this population, we would really need to coordinate whether or not somebody would be on track for public service loan forgiveness, which is a federal loan forgiveness program after somebody makes repayments for 120 payments, so 10 years. I realize that's a much longer haul than the 5 years we're asking them for, but I think it's incredibly important that we be good stewards with our limited dollars and make sure that we coordinate between those two programs. We would recommend, if we were to move forward with a program, that there would be what we call no double dipping, to use that colloquial term. So basically, we would not want someone to be able to access other state-funded forgiveness programs from FAME or loan repayment programs simultaneously. So in the past, we've had programs where you could access them consecutively, and that's fine because that means longer return service. So we wouldn't necessarily discourage that from occurring, but somebody just wouldn't apply until they had already exhausted previous loan repayment programs they were finishing their commitment on. We would not tie it in any way to Opportunity Maine, meaning we would want those professionals to be able to take advantage of Opportunity Maine for any loan repayments they're making. And then we would recommend that you can't use it to pay off another state-funded loan program. So for instance, if you were a health professionals loan program within our program, we wouldn't actually then award you loan repayment to pay off that loan. We would strike that from the debt that we were considering at the time that you applied. One thing I just want to make note about that I think might be relevant to the committee is based on our experience with the Alpha on Leaders program, that's been around since 2017, and we've run 8 application cohorts. We've received over 2,100 applications over the course of those 8 application cycles, and nearly half of them have come from health professionals. And I just wanted to share that with the committee to kind of put into perspective the need that's out there. On average, our highest indebted health professionals tend to be our dentists, followed by doctors, our physical therapists. And depending on how much schooling someone has had to pursue, then their loan debt could be a little higher or a little lower. But typically we're talking, anywhere from, I would say 50 to as much as, I hate to say this, 500,000. I've seen it that high. So when we talked about loan amounts, that will probably come back into play. We would recommend having an advisory committee to help us identify priority occupations for each year that an application cycle would be run. We want to draw on the expertise of our healthcare professionals, people who work in the industry, other stakeholders, to make sure that we're accessing and making awards where they are most needed. So we think the advisory committee is an important component, and we know that financing is our bailiwick, but not necessarily identifying priority needs. So we would rely on our partners for that in the advisory committee. Pardon my dogs if you hear them in the background, my apologies. We would publish the priority occupations every January 1st. We would never discourage anyone from applying, but we think people might be interested to know whether or not their profession was a priority occupation. And we open an application cycle within 30 days of publicizing the information available for priority occupations. We would recommend using an automated point system. They're just ideas. We could talk about this in more detail, but priority occupations getting points. If it's working in a HPSA area, which is a health professional shortage area, so someone who, someone who obviously is serving already in a need that might be a very difficult, hard to fill, position. And then 3 points, possibly 2 to 3 points, depending on the level of their debt relative to their income. So it would be almost like building in a need component. And I think that's a good way to assess when you're looking at very large debts. Yes, they can seem like on the surface, those are the ones you want to tackle. And I think we do want to support somebody, but at the same time, I think we want to make sure we consider that relative to the person's income. And that seems like the fairest way to distribute, if you will. We could designate a small number of awards for non-priority occupations. And again, we could do that in conjunction with our advisory committee that we think would be integral to helping facilitate the operation of the program. And then we would also try to keep in mind county distribution whenever possible. So we can't control the number of applications that come in, and we won't necessarily be able to control whether or not those applications are in priority health professions that have been identified for that year. But to the extent that we can do county distribution, we think that would be an important feature as well. This was just based on a maximum award. And so obviously, depending on how much could possibly be available, this gives you an idea of the number of people we could help if we gave them $150,000. Now, if somebody received $150,000, I can tell you this is probably going to be a doctor or a dentist. So if you're actually looking at physical therapists or audiologists or other health professionals, you're looking at probably more people being awarded, because when everything is said and done, we won't be making on average the highest award to each individual. So this was just an idea to say worst case scenario. I probably don't like to phrase it that way. Most conservative estimate, let's say it that way. And so you can see what it would cost for 10 recipients, 25 recipients, 40 recipients, or 50 recipients. And years 1 through 5 actually represent, that full penetration, meaning you've got everybody in the program that's getting a payment for that year, from the people that entered in year 1 to the new people coming in during year 5. So hopefully that makes sense. Our administration, obviously, we would have statutory and policy guidance, technical rulemaking. We would have an IT build to support the program within FAME. We would have additional customer service and operations support to support the program, depending on the scale of the program. And then our annual administrative expenses would be the IT programming for priority occupations, our application processing and follow-up. So that's our customer service, the annual employment certifications, and also the disbursement and obtaining the proof for posting of the awards. We would also recommend allocating funds to market in and outside of Maine, because this could be a very powerful recruitment tool to bring people into the state of Maine. And then, of course, it's also a very powerful retainment tool for our health professionals who are already here. And then, of course, we would always recommend metrics and reporting so that we could identify the success of the program in meeting the legislative goals. So I went very fast trying to be respectful of the 5 minutes. I apologize if that was too fast, but I'm happy to answer any questions you might have.
Thank you. If you could, exactly. So questions, Chair recognizes Representative Pebworth.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for that presentation. Can you tell me a little bit more about the advisory committee?
Sure. So, I mean, our recommendation, and I think actually the types of people in the advisory committee are outlined in the proposed bill. And we would look to fill each advisory person's seat with our CEO, but we would make sure they met the criteria that's outlined in the bill. Did you want me to go through what's there?
No, thank you.
Okay.
Are there other questions? Chair recognizes Representative Geiger.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm wondering if either Representative Bailey or Mr. Norbert or Ms. Johnson could answer. So that presentation, you've got a wide variety of how many people you could serve depending on how much money. This bill appears to be written pretty open-ended. And so I'm interested in Representative Bailey expressing what size he hopes it to be, how many people to serve per year, and your recommendation for complexity and cost depending on how many are chosen. Because obviously we want to move the needle. So if we're only doing 10 people a year, it will take a very long time to make a difference in healthcare shortages.
Representative Bailey?
Sure. I think, my hope here is to be able to streamline existing programs we have and to consolidate into this existing program. So, I think it's going to be determinative of what the committee and the legislature, working with the governor and various different agencies and FAME, what we can appropriate into this pot and what we need in terms of workforce. And I think once we get the group off the ground, understanding where some of the needs are and what amount of money is appropriated, and probably reporting back to this committee and working with appropriations and the executive aid grants to understand more fully, where we need more money, how much we need. And I think it's going to be an ongoing process. And then I think it'll probably change and flow over time too. I wouldn't be surprised, right? There'll be certain areas of healthcare that loan repayment will be eligible for, and those different areas may ebb and flow over time, depending on where the needs are within our system. So I think that's the value of having a consolidated program, is that we can be more nimble and strategic and consolidated and efficient in our efforts around how we navigate this workforce area and meet the workforce needs and also the healthcare needs of our people. I'm sure Mr. Norbert can give a much more articulate explanation, but.
Ms. Norbert, did you want to add anything to that?
Not really. It's up to you about the size and scope. I did want to point out, we have just one loan repayment program at FAME now. We have loan programs, but the dental loan repayment, and this is a loan repayment program. I hope everyone understands that, the distinction. Loan repayment programs can be available for people from another state or people in the state to working in certain occupations, and we can pay back a portion of their student loans. That is different from getting the actual loan from FAME or having to have gone to school in Maine.
And Chair recognizes Representative Hassenfuss.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Norbert, I'm just asking your opinion on the language here. I'm very much in favor of essentially extending the dental loan repayment program to other health professions with the advisory board. as has been discussed. Do you think that the way the statute is currently written gives you the flexibility to be able to implement the plan as envisioned?
No, not if it means immediately sliding the dental loan and loan repayment program into this bill. I think we would need some other language. And I'm not sure we support that. I would like to defer to my colleague, Ms. Johnston. We'd be concerned about existing commitments and stability of funding for that program, which is funded from the Fund for a Healthy Maine and has, as you know, been very successful. But I would like my colleague, Ms. Johnston, to say something about that as well, if you don't mind.
Yeah, sorry, let me rephrase. I wasn't looking to replace that or add that in, just a similar, just looking at something similar through this bill is my understanding of what this is going to do.
Okay. I think you're aware the dental loan program has an advisory committee already. I don't know if you had concerns about that or.
No, I was just looking to see your opinion on the language of this bill to make sure that it was going to, just see if you had any concerns on the actual language. If we vote for it to pass as written, would that be your recommendation, or do you have any amendments that you think would make it, easier administered by FAME?
Generally, the language is good, but again, I just want to point out we would like to keep the dental loan and loan repayment program separate from this. So we wouldn't like that merged. And I'll defer, of course, to the chair about having Ms. Johnston add in on that.
Feel free, Ms. Johnston.
Sure. So I am in agreement. Dental loan and dental loan repayment has been working very well. The requirements around that program are more stringently tied to the type of service that is being performed by the general dentist. So in a HIPSA area with certain other requirements related to percent of accepting main care. So it's just a little bit more, I don't want to say complicated, but it's probably a bit more involved. And I think it warrants being kept separate, and that's a population that's being taken care of. And I think with the right advertising and outreach and marketing, we can make sure people know that that's available, as well as this other healthcare professional loan repayment program. With regard to maybe a little bit of a technical fix, there's some language I noticed in the current proposed legislation that looks a little broad. We might want to just discuss at another point in time if that's possible. But generally speaking, I would recommend keeping them separate.
Chair recognizes Representative Ducharme.
Thank you, Chairman Curry. I'm concerned that, as Representative Bailey mentioned, that there are other programs out there. It seems to me that if we're going to look at perhaps consolidation or aggregation of programs, certainly I do need to say that I appreciate the work that FAME has done on this. I think this presentation is great. It hits all the marks, and I know you guys do some great work there with loan programs. So I have no problem with that. I do have a problem with adding a new program when we're also thinking we've looked at probably 3 or 4 bills to talk about loan repayment programs for various groups within the medical facility, the medical field. And I'm wondering if maybe we're jumping ahead here. And the other thing is the money. I think the money is probably a little higher than what I'd like to see. So Mr. Norbert, could you kind of speak to that? I know you said you have the dental program, but I think that there's some other programs out there that maybe we need to look at.
Well, the other bill, you did reference the nurse educators bill, which the committee has already voted on. I think they wanted that to be one-time money, and they felt that would really help with the backlog. But there is language in this bill that would include nurse educators. As far as other loan repayment programs, I'm unaware of any. But one thing about this bill is the through rulemaking or further input from this committee into the actual bill language, it would contain a broad swath of allied health professions. Have to keep seeing, this sort of came out of the desire to stop seeing so many one-offs, so many separate bills for different professions. So the idea was to have a broad, streamlined loan repayment program. And I think this could accomplish that.
Mr. Norbert, or I'm trying to make sure I understand this. So when you would get an application for loan repayment and a student would have a professional, they're working in the field, so they have to be currently working in the field, and they have a loan debt. Does that loan debt need to be tied to the the education specifically for that field? So if they had gone to school for something else and developed a loan debt and then changed careers and went to be like I don't know, but someone that qualified, would we be doing loan repayment for all of it, or would we be doing just for the education related to the preparation for that training?
So I'm going to take a stab at this, and then Ms. Johnston can correct me if I'm wrong. But as the bill is written, what matters is simply what is their current occupation? Are they practicing in an eligible health, as an eligible healthcare provider? That's the important thing. It doesn't matter if they studied for that actual degree, but you could change that, of course, with this bill. You could make it tied. You may not want to, but Ms. Johnston, I don't know if she has anything to say about that.
Well, Bill, you got it spot on. So the language is currently written. We might be assisting in loan repayment for their undergraduate education in the case of a physician or a dentist. But if you wanted to change that language, it could be done. Administratively, it would be a little, I don't want to say burdensome, but what we would have to do is really align outstanding student loans, get some original dates and match that up maybe to an educational transcript or a licensure. So there would be some intricacies in making sure that the fidelity of that option stayed pure.
Chair recognizes Representative Bailey.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My initial reaction is to your question, Senator Curry, is to support moving in that direction and to find language to move in that direction. But I also wanted to respond to Representative Ducharme's question, and I think a conversation about that I sort of brought up around consolidation and et cetera, because I'm interested in how we create more efficiencies. I mean, we've had conversations and presentations about, I can't remember if it's 11 or 20 different programs at FAME that exist on paper that aren't even funded, and X number of programs in a lot of different areas, and a number of them are worthy programs. Of course, when you start a program, trying to eliminate it is very difficult because there's a lot of stakeholders who are invested in that program. But I think with something like this particular program, well, let me say this: given that there's a lot of other healthcare related programs at FAME around helping people work in this field and receive the education and pay back loans and get that education, my hope would be that getting this program off the ground and demonstrating its success might be the step that's needed in order to then evaluate and get those other stakeholders involved in those other groups to think about whether there's opportunities to merge and move things towards this direction. Because I think it's difficult probably to try to eliminate an existing successful program, especially if it's successful and stakeholders are bought in, if there's not a substitute that's already demonstrated success and that's already has stakeholder buy-in. And so I think that is sort of where I'm coming at this from. But again, this bill does not eliminate any existing other programs at FAME or make consolidations, but that's sort of what's in my head, because I think that the representative from Madison, as a conservative, wants to save money, and myself as a liberal wants to not waste money either. Because if I can not waste money in one pot, I can go spend it somewhere else. So that is my intent. So I appreciate the opportunity to explain that. So thank you.
Excuse me, sorry forgot I was unmiked or unmuted. So Chair recognizes Representative Ducharme.
Thank you, Chairman Curry. I appreciate Representative Bailey's comments and appreciate his ideological viewpoints as well, and the fact that he recognizes mine. One of the things that I had thought of in thinking about this in aggregate is I know that there are like Maine General and Northern Lights Healthcare, they all have programs for people coming in to assist with student loan debt for people who are coming into their system, that where they pay a certain portion of the debt. And I'm just wondering, again, in streamlining operations and so forth and so on, if it's not, again, we're building a new program. Yeah, I understand the thought process of wanting to make it successful, but maybe what we need to do is take a step back and look at what is out there in aggregate before we build a new program, so that we can fill in those holes. Like, for example, some of the healthcare occupations that haven't been touched on or whatever. So that's kind of where I'm at on it. And again, too much money, but that's beside the point.
Are there any other questions for Mr. Norbert or Ms. Johnston? Chair recognizes Senator Searway. Senator Searway, are you with us? Are you on 2 Zooms?
Yeah, I'm with you.
Were you trying to ask a question?
No, I was raising my hand for the others.
Very good, very good. So, Chair recognizes Representative Geiger.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just wanted clarity in my own mind. Should LD 1327 pass, are we leaving it to the appropriations department to determine whether it's funded at all or at what level it's going to be funded, or is this something the committee feels we should be doing to set the floor?
That's a great question. So as I read the funding, and I'm gonna actually, let's put technically what is this bill doing, Ms. Olson, in terms of funding? It looks like there is funding it through the liquor fund, and so that would be an automatic. I'm curious as to what number 25% would be, and is how does it move forward?
I don't have what number 25% of that fund would be. So I don't know what the dollar amount would be for that. As I mentioned in the bill analysis, we could look at the fiscal note from the previous bill to get some idea. But I don't, like, as I said, they've also amended the lower portion of the bill of the current statute, allocating additional funds. And as I noted in the bill analysis as well, it did also include potentially removing sources from other programs that align with the one that's proposed, and also the ability to accept money from the general fund and also from private sources as well. So it did have a number of sort of potential streams.
But as I understand it, this bill as written sets it all up and asks for the funding to be directed from, or requires 25% from the liquor fund. but nothing else is being required.
That's
It's not-
correct.
It wouldn't have an appropriations on top of that. A certain percentage of the liquor fund would go towards the administration for fame, and then the rest would go to towards the fund, correct?
Yes, so as the bill is written, it is specifically pulling 25% from the liquor, from LORF, which is the operation fund. And then and then there's no other set allocation or appropriation, although the bill does allow for other sources.
And Mr. Norbert, may I ask you a question? Do you know what 25% of that fund would be?
No, I don't. And I just want to make clear, FAME doesn't have any position on the source of the funding. We're not, so we didn't explore that. That wasn't our idea.
Great, thank you. Are there any other questions for Ms. Johnston or Mr. Norbert? I don't see any other questions, so I will thank you for your time here. And Ms. Breton, if you want to shift them back to the attendee list, and go ahead. Chair recognizes Representative Bailey.
I just pulled up the fiscal note from the version of the bill from last time.
Yeah, so do you want me to put it on the screen?
Yeah, would you?
Yes. I was also pulling it up as I was talking, which I'm not a great multitasker sometimes when I'm locating documents. So we more or less want to sort of ignore what's actually written up here, because that was this $1 million appropriation was really associated with the nursing repayment, the nurse educators program, which the committee has already dealt with this year. And then, as I mentioned, what it talks about in terms of the percentages differs a little bit because of the additional law in 2019 that changed them. So current law requires that after all liquor operation revenue bonds and ancillary obligations are paid off in fiscal years 23-24, using the proceeds of the liquor contract, then 15% of the revenue is to be divided equally between the DHHS and the Department of Environmental Protection for revolving loan funds for drinking water and wastewater. 35% will go to the Department of Transportation, and then 50% would go to the main budget stabilization fund. So when LD 799 is amended, would have this new distribution. Again, the important thing to note, and that's why I was trying to pull this up when I was speaking, is the year. So this would be after or in the fiscal year 2023-24. So it would not be immediate. It would be as follows. And again, this is these numbers are not accurate for the bill that's before you today because there was a change. So the end result would be there'd be 10% remaining for the main budget stabilization fund, which I addressed in my bill analysis.
Okay, but we're still at that lack of knowledge of knowing, well, what is that in terms of
right? We don't know how much
what
that
was the total.
That would be.
Okay.
That's something I may be able to get an estimate on from the fiscal office moving forward.
Okay. Are there other comments? Seeing none. I'm wondering if I'm gonna look to Senator Searway and Representative Bernard. Would you like to caucus on this, or is your caucus know where they are?
Mr. Chair, I believe we know where we are.
Okay. Excellent. So with that, we will entertain a motion. Chair recognizes Representative Ducharme.
Thank you, Chairman Curry. I think based on the questions that we continue to have with this, I think at this particular time, I'm going to make a motion ought not to pass.
Is there a second?
Second it.
Second. Is there any further discussion? Chair recognizes Representative Geiger.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I appreciate where Representative Ducharme is coming from in terms of this bill, but I also recognize that I, for one, have sat through what seems like an innumerable number of workforce policy discussions held by various people, including FAME, that point to a pretty dire workforce issue in Maine. This is one program that actually puts some money on the ground for very much needed careers that are long lasting, that are stabilizing for families, that are good paying jobs. And I think it behooves us, if we pass it, and I would like to pass this bill, that we then go back in the emergency session and clean up the FAME programs that have never been funded and start to consolidate. But I can't support this because I think this is a program that's desperately needed in the state. And we have acute shortages of all kinds of workforce people, but particularly in healthcare looming. As the oldest state in the nation, we have an increasing number of people who need healthcare.
Are there other comments? I'm noting that it is 11:43 and I'm wondering, I would like to do a corner caucus. And I'm wondering if we might combine that with lunch and come back to the motion that's on the table. So I see that, so with it being 11:43, if we can go to 12:50, is 12:20 long enough for everyone to get lunch? And if caucuses wish to meet, they can meet within that time. Ms. Olson, can you reach out and find out? I'd love to get an answer to that question of what the I did see that eye roll though. So if it's possible, it would be to get an answer to that question. It'd be wonderful.
I will do my best.
Mr. Chair,
Representative Roberts.
are we saying 35 minutes to caucus and do lunch?
Are you requesting more time?
Oh, I'm just trying to figure, yeah, are we caucusing and then going to lunch? So I think
Yes.
we might want to leave a little more where we have
You want a little more time? Okay,
well,
so
we have 4 bills
12:30?
after that. So I think that
So-
would probably be good. Yeah.
Well, all right, so we'll go to 12:30 and we'll come back and there's a motion ought not to pass on the table with a second. Well, and we'll come back at that at 12:30. So with that, we are at rest.
people always say we use different language in the law because it has a different meaning. 284 notwithstands this title, which is Title 7 and Title 22. We didn't withstand the entire law. We didn't notwithstand all the statutes because we chose to keep it focused on those two titles. But if you look at Section 285, Departmental Authority, Livestock and Poultry, it says notwithstanding any provision in this chapter to the contrary. So we actually notwithstood everything else in the Maine Food Sovereignty Act to make it crystal clear to the USDA that the Maine Meat Inspection Program would be intact and that the departmental authority to regulate that would never go away, even in a food sovereign town. Now, it appears that a labeling requirement would allow the department to encroach back into regulating a certain set of transactions that the current state law says it has no authority to regulate. I guess so the question for the committee is, if you believe in the power of the legislature to represent the best interests of the people, and that the people can decide for themselves what's best for them, or if you believe that the state knows better, or that a farmer's market should have actually more authority to regulate itself than
Welcome back. If members could turn on their cameras so we'll get a sense if we're here. I think we're continuing discussion on, I've lost the number. Representative Roberts, do you have the number of the bill?
We are
1327.
1327, yeah.
1327. Thank you, Representative Ducharme. So, and it looks like we have, I can confirm one more here. I'll know that we're able to get to a vote. We can continue discussion, but I think we're moving towards a vote. We'll give people a moment to get back in. Senator Searway, how many committees are you in?
Three, I think.
The benefits of the benefits of being in person is that no one could ask you to be in three places at once. Now we've got a different situation. So I want to give a heads up before we get started that I should have all gotten a committee. We should have all gotten a memo from the presiding officers that the 13th session has been postponed, and so we will reschedule for that day. So we're gonna watch your calendars or watch the committee calendar and updates for IDEA committee bills being scheduled onto the 13th. I think we have maybe we have everyone that's on their way back. So thank you. So our position was that we have a motion on the floor not to pass, moved and seconded. Is there any further discussion? Representative Bernard.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I just wanted to react, I guess, to Representative Geiger's position, which I understand and really appreciate. The jobs that we're trying to preserve and increase are so important, and they're only going to be more intense as we go. But I'm very, very concerned that we make sure we know what we have in place completely and have that cleaned up before we go any further. I would rather clean up what we have, consolidate what we have before we add another program. And so it would be for that reason that I would be voting against that, or voting in favor of the ought not to pass. And the other piece is that to take money away from the rainy day fund at this point concerns me. So until we know what all of that means altogether, I would have to say no to this, thinking that it's probably going to come back, because this is not a program that I'm against. What I'm against is knowing that we have too many spread out programs, and we want to know exactly what we have so that it's easy to present to the public as well as to us. If we have questions, they would have questions as well. So that's my position on that.
Thank you, Representative Bernard. Sounds like we are ready for a vote. Don't see any other hands, and so I will ask Ms. Breton to call the roll.
Okay, I have an ought not to pass motion made by Representative Ducharme, seconded by Senator Seaway. So if you're in favor of ought not to pass, you'll be voting yes. If you're opposed, you'll be voting no. Representative Geiger.
No.
Representative Geiger, no. Representative Andrews is absent. Representative Pebworth.
No.
Representative Pebworth, no. Representative Collmore is absent. Senator Lucchini is absent. Senator Seaway.
I'm just trying to, what's the motion?
Ought not to pass. You seconded it.
Yes. I'm just going back and forth.
Representative
Thank you.
Ducharme?
Yes.
Representative Ducharme, yes. Representative Austin is now absent. Representative Hassenfuss is now absent. Representative Bailey? I can't hear you, Representative Bailey.
No.
Representative Bailey, no. Representative Bernard?
Sorry, yes.
Representative Bernard, yes. Representative Roberts?
No.
Representative Roberts, no. Senator Curry?
No.
Senator Curry, no. 3 in the affirmative, 5 in the negative, with 5 absent.
With 5 absent.
Oh, here
Okay.
comes Representative Hassenfuss.
Representative Hassenfuss, that we just did a roll call, or we're at the end of the roll call. It was not to pass motion with, and it is your turn.
3 in the affirmative, 5 in the negative, 5 absent. So if you're in favor of ought not
Ms.
to pass,
President,
you vote yes.
And that's for the current bill that we were discussing, the FAME bill.
Yes.
Correct.
And the motion was ought not to pass.
Correct.
I do not want to join that. I'm going to vote no on the motion ought not to pass.
With 3 in the affirmative, 6 in the negative, and 4 now absent, that motion fails. The question, is there a new motion? Chair recognizes Representative Bailey.
Chair, I'd like to make a motion ought to pass on LD 1327 as amended, with an amendment that that debt be related to preparation for a career in healthcare, and that that rulemaking be provided to support that.
Second.
So motion is ought to pass as amended, as Representative Bailey has described the amendment, and it's been moved and seconded. Is there further discussion? Ms. Olson, do you need any clarifying before we vote, or are you going to wait till after we vote? Okay, all right. So no further discussion. Ms. Breton, would you call the roll?
So we ought to pass as amended. Motion made by Representative Bailey, seconded by Representative Roberts. Representative Geiger?
Yes.
Representative Geiger, yes. Representative Andrews? Still absent. Representative Pebworth?
Yes.
Representative Pebworth, yes. Representative Collmore is absent. Senator Lucchini is absent. Senator COA?
No.
Senator COA, no. Representative Ducharme?
Representative Ducharme?
We can't hear you.
No.
Representative Ducharme, no. Representative Austin is absent. Representative Hassenfuss?
Yes.
Representative Hassenfuss, yes. Representative Bailey?
Yes.
Representative Bailey, yes. Representative Bernard?
No.
Representative Bernard, no. Representative Roberts?
Yes.
Representative Roberts, yes. Senator Curry?
Yes.
Senator Curry, yes. That's 6 in the affirmative, 3 in the negative. What would the minority report be?
Representative Bernard, do you want to start with is it ought not to pass as previously voted?
Yes, ought not to pass. May I ask a question? This is for my own learning.
Please.
I just wondered, when you have your own bill, you can make a motion on your own bill. Is that right?
Yes, you can. In work session, I mean, there's etiquette and rule that says in the public hearing, we ask you not to interrogate the public hearing folks, but in work session, you can come forward with an amendment of your own bill.
Gotcha.
Yep.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, oftentimes it's done like first thing, when they come in, but it can also happen during the work session and as people want. And so the ought to pass is ought not to pass for Representatives Bernard, Senator Searway, and Representative Ducharme, correct? Is that enough? Okay, I'm seeing nods.
Yeah, I just had to wait for Senator Searway to nod at my camera, at my screen, hopefully. If I could have Representative Bailey just state the amendment again. I have that the loan debt needs to be related to, and I feel like exactly what you said I don't want to be off with my notes. So if you could just say
Sure.
that again.
Yeah, so related to the debt related to preparation for a career in healthcare, and that there be rulemaking provided to support that.
Okay, so that the loan debt is related to preparation for a career in healthcare.
Yes.
Okay. With rulemaking to do that. Okay.
Yes.
I'm all set with that.
Excellent. Representative Geiger, you have a question before we close this work session?
I'm sorry, Mr. Chair. No, I don't think so. It sounds like Ms. Olson was clear about it. I was just a graphic example of what we were trying to get to.
Gotcha. So with that, we will close the work session. And I'm pulling up the next one. 1 second.
1497.
We will open, thank you, Chair Roberts. We'll open the work session on LD 1497, an act to establish the Maine Youth Impact Commission. And Ms. Olson, can you walk us through your bill analysis?
Okay, there we go. LD 1497 is an act to establish the Maine Youth Impact Commission. This bill creates the Maine Youth Impact Commission, an independent commission housed within the Office of Policy Innovation and the Future. The commission, consisting of 15 members, including 2 legislators, is made up entirely of young people, 15 years of age or older and under 31 years of age, to provide the representation of youth voices in all aspects of state policymaking. The commission is charged with promoting, coordinating, and implementing programs designed to improve opportunities for young people in the state. The mission of the commission is to make sure that critical data is collected and used to directly inform policymakers about the issues affecting young people in the state, and to ensure that youth advocates and organizations have a direct and coordinated access point to policymakers and government. In terms of information requests, there was a request, I believe, from Senator Searway, excuse me, about the efforts of the Realize Maine Network, which is within the Maine Development Foundation, or MDF, and how those efforts may be similar to or aligned with the efforts proposed within LD 1497. I did reach out and got an answer with just a little bit of detail here, the main takeaway, which I've summarized. The Realize Maine Network generally focuses on 20 to 40-year-olds, so the age group is a little bit different, and is aimed at the college and post-college young professional or skilled worker and how to retain or attract them. So really focusing on the brain drain, or what we call the boomerangers. The energy and activity of the Realize Maine Network is really focused at a regional level. I believe that there are 8 regional organizations. So it's a decentralized network that has centralized support through MDF. The Realize Maine Network in and of itself has no formal policy development initiatives, but Mr. Breen let the committee know that the insights that are gained from the Realize Maine Network are used by the Maine Development Foundation and others, such as Maine Spark, to inform their work, and included some examples, such as working on the Opportunity Maine Tax Credit Program and the changes over the years to that, the development of the 10-year state economic development plan, especially strategy B on attracting talent, serving on the 10-year economic development steering committee. So the MDF serving on that, the insights from Realize Maine Network, the measures of growth, downtown revitalization, and other leadership opportunities. Realize Maine Network does not formally gather data, so that is one major difference between the proposed commission and what the Realize Maine Network does, as well as the age group and the sort of decentralized nature. And Realize Maine Network and the MDF really represent collaboration with many of the disparate groups across the state, but groups such as Live and Work in Maine, who we've had present to the committee this year. And the statute for the Realize Maine Network is attached here. So it's established, they shall establish and oversee an initiative to develop, recommend, and implement specific strategies and efforts to attract and retain youth in the state. Youth being 20 to 40 years of age. So the real focus is on attracting and retaining youth. So it's a much more focused look at one of the problems that the commission was hoping to address in their proposal. There were other questions that the committee asked, particularly of Thea Sweet and Jane Dawson, who are the co-organizers of the proposal before you. They submitted a detailed response to those questions. In particular, of note, is a suggested amendment on where the commission could be housed. As it's currently written, the bill places the commission within GOPIF. And after conversations with many individuals who are noted in their response, they have suggested potentially moving the commission to be housed within DECD. And then when it comes to the fiscal impact, again, we don't have a fiscal note or a preliminary fiscal note as of yet. Ms. Sweet and Ms. Dawson did speak about funding in their response and estimated required funding of between $175,000 and $250,000. As the bill is written, it allows for any private or public funds appropriated, allocated, or dedicated to the fund, as well as income from any other source. Again, in their note, they did stress perhaps working in sort of private-public combinations and with groups such as CEI. The fiscal note would take into consideration the staffing needs in section 3109, paragraph 4, but those could be partially addressed if the commission was to be housed within DECD, excuse me, rather than GOPIF. And then there are the per diem expenses from section 2 of the bill, which would also be considered in the fiscal note. But again, we don't have that preliminary fiscal note. I certainly could go over the information that Ms. Sweet and Ms. Dawson prepared for the committee. I did send those out to the committee yesterday after I received them. And I also believe that those representatives are here and could answer the questions the committee might have about the process and the discussions they've had since the public hearing. So with that, I will stop sharing. I'll take questions at this time.
Are there any questions for Ms. Olson? Yes, I just turned into Senator Curry. Representative Bailey.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm trying to remember from the public hearing. I don't even remember if Mr. Breen talked about the Realize Maine Network, whether that was active and engaged in a process. Can you just remind me how engaged that group is or what you do?
So Mr. Breen was not at the public hearing. The request, I believe, just came from Senator Searway, who I think might have been familiar with the Realize Maine Network and thought about how that it may in some way be connected. It started well before my time with the legislature. I think it was a larger program and one more structured within statute almost maybe going on 2 decades ago. And it has since, I think, been more decentralized. So it is still active, but as I noted, it's much more at a regional level, and the work that MDF does in sort of staffing, I think I'm not sure if they're called steering committees or advisory groups, but for the different regional networks, they take those insights and apply them into the work that MDF does in its other various capacities within the state. So there, again, there's no formal data collection, and they do not directly inform policy, but the information gained from working with the Realize Maine network is used to indirectly inform policy, as I gave you a couple of examples that Mr. Breen shared with me. He did also mention that he would like to have been here today, but they are viewing many different committees this morning and couldn't commit to being available live with us today.
Are there any other questions for Ms. Olson? Seeing none, Ms. Breton, can you bring Representative Warren, the bill sponsor, into the room, please? Good afternoon, Representative. How are you?
I'm great, thank you. How are you doing?
Good. Is there anything you'd like to kind of address the committee, and then we can follow up with questions?
I would like to suggest, if you are all interested, since the public hearing, Ms. Sweet and Ms. Dawson have had a lot more meetings. They have a lot of information to share with you, and they really are the experts. I'm happy to try to answer any questions you have for me, but I know they've prepared a package of information for you if you want to also hear from them.
I think we received a bit via email. I have I'll let Representative Geiger go first, and then I'll follow up because I have a question for you.
Great, Madam Chair. Representative Warren, love the bill. Like the suggestion that it move from the governor's office to the office of, can I get this right? Economic Development and something or other. Are you making an amendment for that, or are you hoping the committee will make an amendment?
I am happy to do either. If you all see that in the same way that we do as a great move, I absolutely support that. And if you'd like me to work with your analyst to get that amendment to you, I'm happy to do that as well.
I have a question, Representative. I too, I like the idea of this. My Twitter was going crazy last night, as I'm sure yours was.
They're amazing. They're amazing.
Yeah, I'm wondering, it's really detailed, and I looked around and I haven't seen that this has really been done anywhere else yet to this extent. And I'm wondering if maybe looking at like a pilot of it for say 3 years, maybe an option, and what your feelings are around that, to see if like the membership works out the way it should, and the structure and everything like that, instead of locking it in. I just wanted to get your feedback there.
Certainly, if that was what the committee saw as the way to support this, then that was a good path. I trust your process and the way that you do this work. And if it feels better to do it as a pilot and then do a check-in, I would be supportive of that. I'd love to also check in with Ms. Sweet and Ms. Dawson about that, if I may. But I think it sounds like a common sense way to go forward.
Okay. Are there any other questions for Representative Warren? Seeing none, thank you for joining us.
Thank you.
Afternoon. Yes, it's afternoon now. Okay. Do committee members have any questions for Ms. Sweet or Ms. Dawson? Representative Geiger.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I would like to get their take on the idea of this being a pilot program with a report back to IDEA in 3 years.
Okay, who would you like to call into the room?
Ms. Sweet.
Okay, Ms. Breton, if you could please. Ms. Sweet, we see your phone. There you are. Okay.
Hello.
How are you? Representative Geiger has a question for you.
Yes.
Hi, Ms. Sweet. We've just been talking about the bill, and we are several of us are in agreement with your idea of moving it to the Department of Economic Development. But also talking about, because this has never been done anywhere and there are no other models, Representative Roberts has suggested that we look at this as a pilot with a 3-year timeframe and a report back to the IDEA committee on how it's worked, particularly the geographic diversity, the other diversity built into the bill, and whether the age groups worked, and all of the parts, whether this turns out to be a useful addition to state government or not. How do you feel about that?
I definitely agree with Representative Charlotte Warren's take on this. It's definitely a common sense way to move forward. I know that in the bill, we've stated that members are appointed for a 2-year term. So we could also do an end of term review and see how that functioning goes from that point. That might make more sense, or we could amend the terms to 3 years, whichever makes you more comfortable. Yeah, but I'm in support of that notion.
Ms. Sweet, just to follow up, if someone else wants to take note of this, that might be helpful. So if we did something like got us through like the next session, so had this commission be through September 1st of 2024, but had you all report back to us in the previous January, so it would give time to do that, and then have the no term limits, people just be appointed for the length of the pilot program. Would that make sense?
Yes, definitely. That would make sense.
Okay, and then move it under DECD.
Right.
Okay.
Yep.
Okay.
Thank you for your question.
Sure. Does anyone else have any questions for Ms. Sweet? Representative Austin.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I may have missed it, but with the information we have now, has it been stated that we have some sort of reaction or support, or neither for nor against this becoming part of the DECD department? And was it shared usage of financial support? I'm not clear. Maybe somebody can just clear me up on those two things.
Yep. So recently we had a meeting with Speaker Fecteau, and he was the one who originally suggested this as a way to utilize existing resources for staff members and kind of minimize the fiscal note as well. But we have yet to reach out to members of DECD specifically, just because of timing. We haven't had too much time to do that, but we will absolutely do that if it is the case that we amend it towards that direction.
I thank you very much for the thorough answer. I guess I would certainly encourage, that's probably a pretty significant piece of information for all of us to have as we make the decision. Thank you.
Thank you for your question.
Ms. Breton, is it possible to reach out to Ms. Foy? I don't see her in the waiting room. And while we'll continue on here, Representative Hassenfuss.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Ms. Sweet, the last paragraph in section 5 says, in carrying out the powers and duties under this subsection, the commission shall support marginalized young people who are working to create meaningful choice in the state and state government, and consider the social, political, and economic status of young people to create improvement in all areas of their life experience in the state. I'm reading that and kind of wondering what that task is. And I'm wondering if you can speak more on that paragraph and whether we need that in there or we can kind of make it a little bit less ambiguous.
Yes, thank you for that question. So what we have envisioned as organizers on that specific subject is to create partnerships with organizations as well as youth advocates and youth leaders who are also already have relationships with the government and are working towards change for young people in multiple areas of their lives, to create those relationships in order to inform and build from those policies and their existing projects that they're doing. We could potentially expand on them, support them in ways that they might not have connections to if we were to be able to have access to government resources.
Do you think that that's a needed part, given there's A through P on here? Is that an essential piece of this, or?
I think there's a way we could definitely consolidate that information to make it more concise and also consider those aspects without specifically stating it at the end there. Yes.
Thank you. I have nothing further at this time.
Okay, do any other members have questions for Ms. Sweet? Thank you for joining us this afternoon. Ms. Breton, if you could. Thank you. Okay, I'd like to open this up for discussion or a motion. Representative Bernard. Oh, we have three up at once. Okay.
Want me to go forward?
Yeah, I think you all went up at the same time almost. So
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I have concerns because of some language issues that still need to be worked out. The last question, thank you very much, Representative Hassenfuss, for bringing up the last part, Article 5, which I think that does need to be worked on. And the other main concern that I have is what is going to be the actual cost of this, if indeed it's moved over to DECD or not move over to DECD. That's not clear yet. And I don't know, it seems early to have a motion, but I might be looking to have this either carried over or tabled. I really don't know, but right now I'm very uncomfortable with it. And if I were pressed, I would be voting ought not to pass.
just to clarify, Representative Bernard, it would be a tabling versus a carryover. We're not doing carryover motions.
Yep, that's what I understood. I heard earlier other committees are doing it differently, that you can choose to either table or carry over, and I understand that is at the discretion of the chair, so I appreciate that.
Were you making a motion on either way on that, or just sharing thoughts?
Oh, I was just sharing a thought about how the carryovers go. I understand how this is moving in this committee, and I appreciate that.
Representative Bailey. You're on mute.
I think Representative Hassenfuss' hand went up a couple seconds before mine. If you want to defer.
maybe one. Representative Hassenfuss.
I mean, I don't mind going out of order here, but no, I was just, this question is kind of to the committee. I think a lot of the language I'm comfortable with. Paragraph 3, I don't know if we need to be as prescriptive as what the terms would be, what the meeting rules are, things like that. I think we could let DECD or whatever agency is heading this up kind of do their own rules as far as what constitutes a quorum and what the members are going to be expected to do and all of that stuff. I think the important piece for us is to say, do we like this program and do we want to establish a program? Which I do. I think this is a great opportunity to get voices into state policy that have just historically not been at the table for any number of reasons. And I think this is a great opportunity to do that. And I'm looking forward to what 30 years from now those voices will be and how they shape, policy. So that was my one on paragraph 3. I think we can kind of refine that. The paragraph I mentioned before, I don't even know if that's needed. So I think we could probably just cross that off. And then the other thing is I want to make sure that, I know this says it needs to be politically diverse, geographically diverse, and, racially diverse. I just want to make sure that there's some mechanism that we make sure that happens, and it's not just whoever the governor or speaker or Senate president is picking their cronies to, or their friends' kids to, kind of do this. So I think the process of how the people are selected is something that could be important as well. But I'm ready to, pass this bill with some minor edits, but I'd just like to see the input from everybody else. And I think the pilot program would be a great way to get it started, get it going, get the bugs worked out, and then we can tweak it in a couple of years.
Representative Bailey. You're on mute again.
Thank you. Yes, Madam Chair, I'd like to make a motion ought to pass as amended, with an amendment being that this commission live within DECD rather than the governor's office, and that it be a pilot project rather than a permanent commission.
Representative Bailey, a friendly amendment in adding specification to the language with an end date of September 1, 2024.
Yes.
A report back of 1/15 of 24.
Yes.
The ability to report out a bill by the committee as well.
Yes, that's great. Thank you.
Okay, there's a motion. Is there a second? Seconded by Representative Geiger. Senator Searway.
Are we in discussion now, or what are we?
Yes.
Okay.
The discussion on the motion.
Yeah, I'm certainly, enthused about the energy that the kids have and what they want to do and all that. I just, there's some concerns I have about, life skills of having experiences, and also the responsibility of homeowners and children and all those other things that come into play of making decisions for the state. And so I think if could make them an advisory council instead of a commission, I think it would be, to me, a much more appropriate. But I am going to be ought not to pass on this for myself, especially with the language not in there that's specific, because I feel they could be manipulated by parents or whatever, and it could make a more tougher situation for I don't know, in the political world, I guess. But I just think it's one of those tough situations. I think the energy's there. I think the intentions are good. And I think that it's exciting, but I think at the same token, it's kind of worrisome. So thank you.
Just to chime in on Senator Searway, on your point, I would just offer up that by the time I was 19 years old, I had twins living in Maine and was working 2 jobs and bought my first house shortly after. So I'm not sure that age is completely relevant there.
I understand.
Representative Geiger.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just an additional friendly amendment that we should change the terms from 2 years for those participating in this commission to 3. So the length of the pilot, because it currently says 2 years. And then I'd like to just speak to it. I understand Senator Sierra's concerns. 15 seems a little young to me, but I am willing to go with a pilot because I feel like, having served on city council, now in the legislature, it is not possible for young people to have a voice about things that very much concern them. I look around the legislature, and with very few exceptions, everyone is fairly old, myself included. And I see, having served on city council, how differently young people, and that's not to say 15-year-olds, but 19, 20, 25, 30-year-olds look at the world. And I think they need to have a voice in that world, and it's not enough. Social research is pretty clear that if you sprinkle individuals among many committees and there's just one of them, their voice is not heard. It's taken as a personal opinion of that person. But a commission made up of young people means that they actually represent a voice and not just themselves. And so I think it's very important there be a voice. I don't know that this experiment will work, which is why I'm so pleased that Representative Roberts decided to suggest it be a pilot, but I think it is well worth trying. And we are in desperate need of more involvement in our young people, a state that encourages more young people to be here, because frankly, we are dying. We have many more deaths than births. We don't have a lot of inflow of young people. I think it's worth the experiment. Thank you so much.
Just for procedural sake, Representative Bailey, Representative Geiger offered another friendly amendment to your motion.
Yes, and I accept that. And Ms. Olson, I just sent you an email with the bullets of the amendment. So you have that.
And Representative Geiger, you seconded, so I'm assuming that we are all good there. Representative Hassenfuss.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm going to make it even harder on you both, Kyle and Ms. Olson, but I'm wondering, should we also in that amendment change some of the language or leave it alone? I'm thinking the prescriptive aspects of paragraph 3. Do we want to lay out in specificity exactly how the board is going to interact, or do we want to leave that flexible? It's that last paragraph on paragraph 5, I think we could just strike that. I don't know if it's needed or not, but certainly it's not going to be a game changer. I'm just throwing that out there to see if Representative Bailey and Representative Geiger, if you think that amendment would be helpful to your motion, or if it's just kind of making things too complicated.
Representative Bailey.
Sorry, I'm trying to pull the bill back up. I accidentally closed it.
I have it. If
Oh, great.
I could share it.
Sure, thank you.
And Ms. Olson, if you want to weigh in on that as well, please feel free.
I'm going to let Representative Bailey weigh in on that before I offer anything.
Representative Hassenfuss, strike the staff support, given that it's moving over to the.
No.
Sorry, no, that's my highlight. My apologies.
It would be paragraph 3, maybe striking paragraph 3 and just replacing it saying that, just something as simple as, a board of directors will be established or something like that, but without, prescribing that it'll be for 2 years. And then here's how here's what a quorum is and this and that. I don't think it hurts necessarily to have this in, but maybe it's good for the pilot program. So it's just there and then we could tweak it later.
I mean, it basically says that the commission needs 8 members for a quorum, and it needs to meet at least 8 times a year. And if you're absent from 3 consecutive meetings, you're off.
Yeah, I don't think it's a problem having there. I'm just wondering if we want to dictate exactly how they need to run their organization.
I will. I'll just step in and say, from what I've seen, so as it's written as a permanent commission, that's pretty standard language for sort of appointments and commissions in the formal statutory way. It's not to say you could be less prescriptive, but just it's not abnormal to have it prescribed like this way for a permanent commission. With the proposed amendment, obviously that first line about serving for 2 years would be changed, but otherwise could remain untouched.
And what's the other suggestion, Representative Hasselfuss?
The other one is at the end of paragraph 5. I just find that sentence kind of like confusing as far as what we're tasking the committee to do. And so I'm not sure if we can, what to do with that sentence there.
Representative Bailey.
Yeah.
Are you still reading, or can I have Ms. Olson unshare so I can see everybody and see who's here?
Yeah.
I don't think I'm going to accept either one of those friendlies. I don't think that language was I think there's a lot of people who participate in drafting that language, and I don't feel strongly about changing either one of those. So
I just don't know how what that.
Can members speak and leave the chair, please?
Yes.
Thank you. Representative Bailey, were you finished, or?
Yes, Madam Chair.
Okay. Senator Seaway.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just see that there's still a lot of discussion to be made on this, and I really like to see a table in motion. If we could just table it and see if something better could come out of it.
Representative Bernard.
I'm sorry, trying to run 2 meetings here. I missed what you just said.
I just was going to make a tabling motion to table it.
Yeah, I agree with that.
Representative Austin.
I too want to address the young people's intellect and their presentation. I know they've given this an awful lot of thought, and I value what I have quite a few young people around me. I value their opinion in all our family matters, so I certainly can channel that into state affairs as well. I know how valuable they are. I think the one thing, I'll ask one question, and then I'd like to just make a closing thought. As being part of a commission, would these people come before this very committee to be appointed? I'd like that for confirmation one way or the other. And the other thing that I would really, due to working with the department so long, I really feel I'm not using this as any excuse, because I can easily vote in the manner which I might be leaning without any reservation, but not having any input from the department that we are adding to without any feedback from them. And we have heard from them all day about what this means to them and what that means to them and what it means to us and how will this proceed. To add additional work to them and to be absorbed within their department without any reaction whatsoever, and they probably wholly endorse it. I have no idea, but it seems disrespectful to me. And So I really am very concerned about that. And if nothing else, I would move to table.
Representative Austin, Ms. Foy is here. Would you like me to bring her in?
Okay. She must have heard me talking. I take no credit. I take no credit.
This is what happens when you run out to grab lunch. When you're not
Can't
at the
eat.
meeting, all of us, it's like you get assigned new responsibility. I've been on boards where if you like miss a meeting, all of a sudden you come back and they're like, oh yeah, you're chairing this committee now.
Yeah.
I'm glad Representative Warren reached out to me, and so I'm glad that I could hop back in. So here I am.
I believe Representative Austin had a question for you at first. And then if there's any other committee member questions. Right now we have a motion, just to be clear, the motion on the table is ought to pass as amended, and it's been seconded.
And I'm sorry if I may, the amendment is, part of the amendment is to house the commission with DECD.
As a pilot program, yes.
Okay.
Chair Roberts, point of order.
Yes. Representative.
If you have, Chair Roberts, just a point of order. I believe once you have a tabling motion that has been seconded, the discussion ceases.
Representative Ducharme, the motion ought to pass as amended was the motion, is the first motion that was made is at hand, and that was the discussion.
Okay, thank you.
May I? Ms. Foy.
Yes.
Aside from the fact that you're entitled to a lunch, if you do not have, if you in fact do need to have more conversations on this, I certainly could understand that and would be supportive of you doing that. But this seems like a lot to ask. And I don't know how much time you folks have all had to process it. And if you're adding at a time like this, when we have so doggone much to address, will something else be diminished or maybe not receive the attention that you would love to give it also?
Sure. In all honesty, this is the first, this is the first I've actually seen of the bill about 3 or 4 minutes ago, when I got the first email from Representative Warren. So I was quickly trying to scan through it and listen to your discussion. I would say that we would love to have further discussion with the sponsor about the intent of the bill and her vision for the commission. I couldn't speak at this point as to whether we have the staff to support this work. I respectfully remind the committee that we are a department of 33 with 13 staff serving in the main office of tourism and recovering from staffing curtailments. And I think in the bill, as I read it, it appears that we would be staffing the commission as a department, certainly not to take away from the sponsor's intent, which clearly is extraordinarily important. Part of the strategic plan is attracting 75,000 people back to Maine. We'd love our youth to, if they go away to college, to come back and engage them in the process. We worked really hard when writing the strategic plan to make sure we engaged college students and young adults in the strategic planning process. So all of those things obviously are important to the success of us moving forward. I think in this particular moment, I couldn't say whether or not we would be able to staff this or whether we would need to hire someone. I hate to kill a bill with a fiscal note. It's just not my style. But I can't answer right now without further in-depth analysis and also talking with the sponsor and with GOPIF, which is where this was originally signed. I see that Anna Hicks did testify on this. So I think there would it would be great to have the time to have further conversation without sort of slowing down the work of the legislature, because I know we're getting towards the end when I can eat lunch again.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Ms. Foy, the bill, as is currently written, paragraph 4 says that the commission will be staffed by an executive director, a research program specialist, and an administrative assistant. So I see that as, the legislature saying we want to, put some staff in place for this. Given that there would be some staff added to DECD to directly deal with this, would that make it an easier merge?
I guess then the question is, would the legislature be providing a full-time, we're only statutorily allowed to have so many people as part of a head count. So you would need to, as a committee, create an additional head count if you were going to add an executive director specifically for this program. So we couldn't just hire someone to come in and run this program as an additional head count for the department. We could hire a limited time position, although I'm not sure this would be a full-time position. So I guess I'm trying to understand, is it that you would provide the funding for us to hire 3 additional staff members to run the commission?
Under the way the bill's currently written, yes, that's how I understand it.
So that would have some fiscal impact, and I'd have to look at, and I don't know if Ms. Olson can help with that, but there are departments, or you can't just hire people in a department beyond the head count that you're able to have. So we can't just go out and hire more people for the department. Like, we can't just say, okay, we need to hire 3 more people, so now our head count's 35. So we would have to look at the limited scope position, but then also, would this position be considered a full-time job? So I think there needs to be some guidance around what those positions would entail. Does what I'm saying make sense? I'm not trying to put up barriers, but there are rules in place for how we can and can't hire within a department.
Yes, it does, but the legislature could, as part of this bill, up that head count to include.
That is correct. You absolutely could. It would be a rather large fiscal note to hire 3 full-time employees to come in to run a youth commission, but absolutely, you as the legislature could move to increase the head count of the department.
Are there any further questions for Ms. Foy? Seeing none. Thank you. Representative Bailey. You're on mute again.
Story of my life. I just wanted to bring it back to the motion that's on the table and why I made this motion. I certainly understand some of the points raised by my colleagues about wanting to bring DECD into the conversation, and I regret that this is a new on their to-do list to process, and I wish they'd been brought to the conversation earlier, but this is where we are. And I do think that we're working this bill, and that's what a work session is for. I also think we are nearing the end of this session, and we need to figure out what to do with this particular bill. And, from a 30,000 foot perspective, we are the oldest state in the country, and we're getting older faster than any other state. And we've got a priority around workforce development. And that means, keeping more of our young people.
He froze. We'll give him 5 seconds. Okay. Representative Ducharme, I do stand corrected. Tabling motion can supersede motion on the in front of us already. So with no further discussion, all those in favor of tabling, the show of hands. Let's try to come back to this next week. Okay, so LD 1497 has been tabled. Hopefully the department and the sponsor can work together and kind of figure this out. Senator Curry, would you like to take back over?
And Senator Curry, with your permission, I'd like to ask if Representative Austin would like to vote on LD 1327, as she was working to get back on at the time.
Actually, you can't take back over yet, can you?
I can for a moment, then I'll give it right back to you. Yes. Representative Austin, do you have a vote for LD 1327? And Ms. Breton, can you share what the vote totals were?
Yeah, there was an ought to pass as amended. It was voted 6 in favor, 3 ought not to pass, with 4 absent.
Can you just remind, I'm sorry, I'm not able to memorize 2,000 numbers. So if you could just give me the title, I probably can reorient myself to the conversation.
An act to create the main
when I was traveling through time.
There you go. An act to create the main health care provider loan repayment program.
And I believe Senator Searway, Representative Bernard, and Representative Ducharme were on the no vote.
Okay, I think that is where I think I was landing. Yes. The fiscal, did we have a fiscal or anticipated fiscal? You just, no, okay. All right, I'll go with a no, and if I change my mind when it comes to the floor, then I'll do what I think is best then.
All right, thank you.
We'll have a moment at language review also.
Senator Curry, do we want to move to 1533 now? I know that Representative Cloutier is here, and I know she also is juggling AFA. Is that okay?
That's fine. Yes, we're bouncing around. We can control. I think some other folks are watching for 1517, but I think we can go into 1533. So we're going to flip the order and open up the work session of LD 1533. We'll then go to 1517, and we'll end with 1551 for those who are watching. So opening up 1533, we'll give Ms. Olson a moment to open up the other folder and deliver the bill analysis. And thank you again for such thorough analyses, especially as they're getting fast and furious at this point.
Before I present for LD 1533, I just wanted to, from the discussion on 1497, was there anything that the committee would like from me as the bill is tabled? Anything that the committee would like from me before we come back to it? Okay.
I will just say on that, we should be ready for that at our earliest next convenience. Representative Austin. Yeah,
Just the
you have your
question.
hand up?
Yep. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Rachel, I think I asked the question about commission's appointments and if those are processed the same way as some of the others that we have, if they would be coming before our committee. That's all. Thank you.
Representative Bernard, I appreciate when you point to the person who's raising their hand, but on my screen, they're never in the spot that you're pointing. But I do get it. There's someone who's trying to speak. So thank you. Ms. Olson, are you ready?
I am. You said 1533, right?
Yes.
Okay.
1533, an act to amend the foreign credentialing and skills recognition revolving loan program.
Great. So this bill amends the foreign credentialing and skills recognition revolving loan program to reflect changes in federal regulations, including number 1, adding as a loan eligible expense the cost of the filing fee for an immigrant's initial work permit application, defining initial work permit, ensuring that a change in federal regulations will not require a future statutory amendment of the provision of the program governing eligibility under the program, and in the provision governing eligibility under the program, changing a specific time frame while waiting for asylum to an unspecified time period while waiting on an application for asylum or other immigrant benefit or relief. I actually don't have a lot to cover. During testimony, it was mentioned that a lot of these are what the sponsors consider technical changes to address changes at the federal level to immigration laws that impact the loan. What I thought the committee would be most interested in hearing to support their work today is really about the committee's previous consideration of the budget for this loan program. So when the committee was considering the biennial budget and making recommendations to AFA, the committee voted to recommend reducing the funding for this loan program to $25,000 from the current level of $75,000 per year in the biennium. The reasoning for this recommendation was twofold from the committee. One, in order to appropriate the funds to other programs within FAME, such as the Maine State Grant Program. So funds that are currently programs that are currently being utilized. And 2, connected, is because the loan program, which was only just established in 2019, has yet to actually disperse any funds to individuals. Therefore, existing funds already exist for the program, and we were told from FAME that the existing funds could meet the current anticipated demands. And when asked why the program had not been utilized yet, the responses referred to the changes at the federal level to immigration policies, which created a sense of uncertainty and deterred or actually prevented individuals from being able to access the loan program. I also say that the committee had asked me to stress in the recommendation that this was a temporary change as to address the current, or at the time, current budgetary situation, and desired to see the funding return to the previous level once the program was up and running. So my understanding from what we had heard during the biennial budget work for this program is that this bill is addressing those changes at the federal level, which were preventing or deterring access to the program. And this one did get a preliminary fiscal note. I feel like I don't get to say that to you guys very often. The preliminary fiscal note is that there's no fiscal impact, and a fiscal note will not be required if the bill moves forward as it is written. Any change will put it back through the cycle. Okay, that's all I have on this one for you. Happy to answer questions related to this or the budget process or the bill itself.
And thank you very much. Ms. Breton, can you bring in Representative Cloutier, and Chair recognizes Representative Ducharme.
Just to refresh my memory, this was the loan program for, I think it was $700 or something like that to help with credentialing and that kind of stuff. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct. So the maximum amount is $700. It does have to be repaid. And yeah, it's to help with those sort of initial startup costs of working on taking a class or a course, or to work on your credentialing so that these individuals can get into the workforce and get to work, making a life here.
Are there any other questions for Ms. Olson? Great. Welcome, Representative Cloutier. Were you able to hear the bill analysis?
I was. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you all for having me today.
Anything you'd like to add?
Yeah, so two things. One is that I think to follow up on something that Representative Bailey said during discussion of the last bill, and that is around workforce and how we're getting folks into the workforce for our employers and for themselves. And this loan program certainly helps to do that. And then secondly, just I want to be careful as we sort of talk about the budget, because the changes that we're trying to make through this bill need to happen whether or not we keep funding as it is or whether or not we reduce funding. And so I just want to make sure that we don't get too into the weeds on the funding question, because in terms of whether or not this bill should pass, those changes need to take place either way.
So whether or not the funding.
Right, whether we keep the funding at 75,000, yeah, or whether we reduce it to 25,000, these changes should take place, in my opinion, I guess.
Thank you, Representative Cloutier. Are there any questions from committee members? Seeing none. Thank you very much, Representative Cloutier.
Thank you.
So, are there any comments before or are we ready for a motion? Chair recognizes Representative Roberts.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Are you ready for a motion?
Looks like no one else has comments, so we'll go for a motion.
I'd like to move ought to pass on LD 1533.
Is there a second? Seconded by Representative Ducharme. Also, another opportunity for comments or debate? Seeing none. Ms. Breton, would you call the roll?
I have an ought to pass motion by Representative Roberts, seconded by Representative Ducharme. Representative Geiger.
I'm sorry, could you repeat that?
It's an ought to pass motion made by Representative Roberts, seconded by Representative Ducharme.
Yes.
Okay. Turn your camera on, please.
Yes, ought to pass.
Thank you. So yes from Representative Geiger. Representative Andrews is absent. Representative Pebworth.
Yes.
Representative Pebworth, yes. Representative Collmore is absent. Senator Lucchini is absent. Senator Seaway?
Yes.
Senator Seaway, yes. Representative Ducharme?
Yes.
Representative Ducharme, yes. Representative Austin?
Yes.
Representative Austin, yes. Representative Hassenfuss?
Yes.
Representative Hassenfuss, yes. Representative Bailey?
Yes.
Representative Bailey, yes. Representative Bernard?
Yes. She's on the Zoom.
Yes.
Representative Bernard, yes. Representative Roberts?
Yes.
Representative Roberts, yes. Senator Curry?
Yes.
Senator Curry, yes. That looks 10 in the affirmative, 3 absent.
With 10 in the affirmative and 3 absent, that's a unanimous vote of those present. The report will be ought to pass. And I don't think that's as amended, so ought to pass. We will close the work session on LD 1533 and thank Representative Cloutier for bringing this to us. We'll now open the work session. I'll now hand the gavel over to, maybe. Is Representative Roberts still here? Okay. We'll see. Well, in that case, why don't we? Oh, good. I'll hand the gavel over. I think technically I could. There's no rules against leading the work session for a bill that you sponsored, but it's hard. So I'm going to ask Representative Roberts to take over for this one.
Much obliged. Sorry, my phone was ringing the same number 3 times, so I thought I should figure out who it was. All right, so we will now open the work session for LD 1517, Act to establish the Maine Workforce Research, Development, and Student Achievement Institute. And hand it over to Ms. Olson.
we have LD 1517. This bill establishes the Maine Workforce Research, Development, and Student Achievement Institute and a related steering committee to advise the legislature on matters related to workforce training, research and development, student debt, and economic advancement in the state. The bill describes the 18 required steering committee members and establishes that each member, other than ex officio members, serve a 2-year term and that the steering committee meets at least 4 times per year. Okay, information requests. There's a couple of things for us that we can look at today. The committee did request a list of workforce-related programs that currently exist within the state. I have that research memo. I'll bring that up at the end. Can really format it here, so it's at the very end of the document. And then this is another bill that has a bill history for me to review with the committee, and that was requested. So if we go back, LD 1342 was originally introduced in the 129th first regular session. The committee amended the bill and it was reported out on June 4th, 2019. LD 1342 as amended was then further amended on the Senate floor. So there's the original LD 1342, a committee amendment, and then a Senate amendment to the committee amendment. Those are all in the electronic LD file. We can look at them together in detail if there are questions. But then, so continuing that, the bill then appears again in the committee in February of 2020, so without resolution from the Senate floor. On March 12th of 2020, and you will note the date, the committee voted ought to pass as amended with a new committee amendment, so different than the previous committee amendment. That bill was then carried over to the 129th second special session and was reported out August 12th, 2020. But as the legislature did not reconvene, the bill died upon the conclusion of the 129th. The bill before you today, LD 1517, most closely resembles the Senate amendment to Committee Amendment A. So that is the one that it is most similar to. The major differences between the different versions, all of them, have to do with the process of appointing steering committee members and the membership of the steering committee, as well as the requirement that the legislature contract with the University of Maine system for the establishment and maintenance of the institute. So if you looked at all the different versions of the bill, it's those 3 things that vary. During the public hearing, the Maine Education Policy Research Institute was mentioned a number of times as a model for the institute that's proposed in this bill. MEPRI, which is its abbreviation. So according to the MEPRI website, the Maine Education Policy Research Institute provides policymakers with objective data, policy research, and evaluation to define and assess educational needs, services, and impacts. The Institute was established by the legislature in 1995. I have the statutory reference here, Title 28, Chapter 1, Section 10, and conducts work for the legislature's Joint Standing Committee on Education and Cultural Affairs and for the Maine Department of Education. MEPRI researchers analyze trends and perform targeted research on topics of interest to education policymakers. Researchers include faculty, professional staff, and graduate students with a wide range of expertise in education. The Institute is a cooperative effort of the University of Maine system and the Maine State Legislature and conducts its work through the University of Southern Maine and the University of Maine. So that gives you an overview of what MEPRI is. Its statutory authority is linked here. In looking at, looks like MEPRI does about 4 to 6 research topics in a year. In just a brief search, I believe from what I've read that the Education and Cultural Affairs Committee does rely on the information put forward by MEPRI quite often. Possible amendments. DECD asked the sponsor to consider adjusting the steering committee to reflect the legislation that previously passed out of the IDEA committee in the 129th session. I am not sure which amendment or which version she meant that passed out of the IDEA committee in the 129th, if it was the second version in the second special session or not. I did have a fiscal note for this one as well, a preliminary one. So a fiscal note is required, and I have copied it below for us to consider. We're looking at $250,390. The legislature is going to require ongoing general fund appropriations of $390 in fiscal year 21-22, and again in 22-23 for the cost of the required participation of a legislator on the steering committee. And then the University of Maine system has estimated the cost of establishing the Maine Workforce Research Development and Student Achievement Institute to advise the legislature on matters related to workforce training, research and development, student debt, and economic advancement in the state to be approximately $250,000 per year. That estimate assumes the institute conducts between 6 and 8 studies annually. And then additional costs for the Department of Labor, Maine Community College System, and the Finance Authority of Maine to serve on the steering committee can be absorbed within existing budgeted resources. And then as referring to the other information request on workforce development, I did ask researcher within my office to look into what workforce development programs already exist. I believe this was Senator Searway's request. So we've some findings below. The big one has to do with the Maine State Workforce Board. Responsibility under state law, and I'll mention the State Workforce Board does have a representative for the steering committee that is in the proposed bill. They do a number of there are a number of programs and a lot of work related to state workforce development and sort of outlined in their agenda. And then there is a lot here. It talks about membership. State and local agencies that already conduct workforce development work. That includes, of course, DECD. You've got local workforce boards, career centers, adult ed, and the community college and Maine system, college system. And then really they break down work development system programs into different core partner programs, publicly funded employment and training programs, publicly funded education programs, and additional publicly funded programs. And this is quite an extensive list here, which I will not share with the committee unless you have specific questions about them. And that is also uploaded separately in the electronic LD file.
Thank you, Ms. Olson. Does the committee have questions? Representative Austin.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I can hold off on the question if you're going to have some discussion. I just don't want it to move too fast.
Okay.
Somebody may address it, so I'll give them the chance.
Senator Curry, do you have a question for Ms. Olson, or I was going to invite you to speak next as the sponsor?
I'll close. Yes, I wanted to speak as the sponsor. Thank you.
The floor is yours.
Thank you very much. So thank you, Representative Roberts and distinguished colleagues. What my proposal would be, I would like to offer us to consider an amendment, which was the last amendment that came out of this committee off of its storied path, which I believe received unanimous support. And that would be, and Ms. Olson, if you could pull that up, Chair Roberts, is it okay if we screen share and just walk through it?
You're looking to look at an amendment?
Yeah, which is the kind of the last amendment, the 129th passed.
The second.
And so people, yeah. So So the March 12th or the March 12th one, right as everyone was wondering, I wonder if this pandemic is going to be a thing.
Ms. Olson, do you have that handy? Okay.
So to highlight, just to walk through this, my proposal, we would leave we would take this one in its entirety, and we would. So I'd ask you to consider that. So what changed was we added the and cost drivers for training in the initial. If you could scroll down, Ms. Olson. Then this language around the legislature to contract with the university, I have checked in with Samantha Warren. That's their common language around the contracting. You'll notice in section 3, the economic plan had been developed by then, and so the committee had the 10-year economic plan had been developed, and they said, hey, we should have that as part of this bill. This is around, the coordinated plan. And then the steering committee, and this is probably the biggest amount of tussle that happened back and forth. And I will look for Representative Austin, who had direct experience of it, to chime in on that to share it. But my understanding is it all happened around the steering committee, which aids this committee in identifying and brainstorming what are the possible issues we would like to know. So I support this adjustment. So the committee members are actually appointed by this committee rather than going to the presiding officers. And then as you heard from DECD, the governor's office really did not want such an unwieldy 18-person required board. The Samantha Warren reported back that that MEPRI is very comfortable doing a required group and then expanding out as they need it, and having a stakeholder group pulling in stakeholder groups. The one I do have a question for Ms. Olson on this one as we look at these stakeholder groups. So we have Department of Professional Financial Regulations. As we say, one member from the department, is that sufficient, Ms. Olson, to know? I mean DECD. Or do we need to say which department in this section of law?
So I actually thought about this as well as I was comparing the different versions. I believe it's sufficient because of the title that it's falling within. Obviously, this is something I would check on back in the during legal review, just to make sure that we wouldn't need to specify it. But in some versions, it's written out, and in other versions of the amended version of the last bill, it wasn't. But I don't believe because of where it falls, it should already be that when they refer to the department, they mean DECD. But
as long as it means that, then I don't think we need to add anything. And so this is the what the 129th came to agreement on in terms of the steering committee that would be selected by the committee. And if people have any specific questions around that, happy to answer it.
Any questions for Senator Curry? Representative Austin, I see your hand, but not you.
I know. Oh, there we go. There we go. Oh, yes. Thank you. Thank you, Matthew. Senator, does that? Can't hear me?
Yes.
We can hear you. We just can't see you, but that's okay.
That's to your good fortune. All right, let's see. Senator, does that the one you have? I want to be sure because I caught my ears picked up on the DEC selecting or asking a specific amendment choice or wording to either be added or taken away, and I don't know which is which or what's what now. So does that address their concern?
Yeah. Thank you, Senator Representative Austin. Yes, that addresses their concern. The the governor was very concerned about having a unwieldy commission. And so this was the final, if I'd found this at the start of this process, I would have just put forward this bill, but I found one of the earlier amended bills to put forward. And so, yeah, so that it does. And it does answer their question.
Thank you very much. I was
Representative-
trying to be, I was just trying to show consistency in addressing the department.
I think you keep freezing and breaking up a little bit, Representative Austin. I didn't mean to interrupt you. I thought you were done, but you were just frozen. Representative Ducharme.
Senator Curry, we may have talked about this in a work session and I can't quite recall, but can you explain to me, the new guy, why we need to add another group to do research and provide data? As I look at this, some of the information that's been provided to us, we have no less than 30 or so different groups funded by, in part or in whole, by the state of Maine. And then, to my knowledge, there's probably another 50 or so associations and that kind of stuff, which, if we want information, they're more than willing to provide information if it supports their particular point of view. So I'm just, what I'm struggling with is creating another board or another commission to bring us information that, if you called a graduate student at University of Maine in Orono and said, I want to know this information, in a month or two's time, you'd have it. So that's my question.
It's a great question, Representative Ducharme. I appreciate it. I will say the strength of this, you know, I think many of the groups that were listed in the at the bottom of Ms. Olson's group are not groups that are providing research for us. They're delivering their own programs, or they're funded to deliver outcomes. Some may be them reporting back to us and saying, well, how did it go? What I am seeking desperately in this, and this is, I would say this bill is this structure is one of my highest priorities, because when you look at, I will just say in relation to the federal funds that we just saw, that the proposal that came forward as part of the press release that you were part of, you know, the accountability and the oversight of that, for much of it, is us, is that, and the level of sophistication that we need to have in order to responsibly do that duty is pretty high. And so to have a nonpartisan, objective set of studies done that are us, this committee, telling us what they want, I think that would be robust. I think we're going to get into things that are awfully political. I'm seeing it right now, for example, workforce involvement, you know, where you see anecdotally people are saying, well, we're giving out money right now, and so no one's working. Or it's like, okay, and then others, we have questions of like, well, what's the women have dropped out of the workforce right now because of they're the primary childcare provider and there's not childcare, and so to what level have they returned? Actually getting objective facts around workforce engagement would be really amazing to me. I would love to have something more than anecdotal stories that may be tinged based on whoever's political, you know, ideology you're getting it from. And so I find that to be, you know, something I'm just really searching for. And to have it something driven from this committee would be rich, because we'll know the issues that we're facing, whether and being able to answer, being able to get to that level of sophistication and richness from our partners. So,
Representative Hasselfuss.
Thank you, Madam Chair. this was passed unanimously in the 129th out of committee, right?
I'm assuming that one was for me. Yes, the version that you have that's been shared and suggested as an amendment was passed unanimously out of committee on March 12th, 2020. And the bill says it's the second special session. And that's kind of like what situation we're in now, where things kind of shut down, but we're still getting reported out over the summer with the hopes of potentially returning. It didn't happen.
Thank you. And I just wanted to share Senator Curry's sentiment on that. I think it'd be great to have sort of our committee, or that can be supported, with recommendations on what this committee needs to do coming from this committee for this committee.
And I can just kind of, I'll wait till comments. Representative Bailey. I'm sorry, Representative Geiger had her hand up first.
Right, I had to let the cat in, sorry.
Oh, so you did disappear, it wasn't just me.
I really like the idea of having a nonpartisan, research-based group reporting to us as we're trying to make a myriad of decisions about a number of programs we know little or nothing about. However, I will vote for this for that reason, and because I trust that the unanimous report last time means something. But I totally share Representative Ducharme's concerns. I am amazed by the number of groups who are doing something partially, pieces. It's impossible to find them all. It's impossible to consolidate the data. Half of them, I'm sure, are zombies that died long ago, but they still exist in paper. Others are partisan. Others are supposed to do it, but never have because they were never funded. Most, I'm assuming, are underfunded. Isn't it also the role of this committee to do some clean sweeping and look at, like, clearing out the dead wood, clearing out the zombies, so that we actually know where to look for data, where to look for information, and not feel like we're drowning under, I hate just sort of passing all these little bills with little bits of funding that I suspect are wasted. So I agree with you, Senator Curry. I'm going to vote for this. I like the idea of having an institute that we can rely on as we're trying to make these decisions, but I really do think it is part of our charge to do some cleanup now and then.
Representative Geiger, do you have a question for the sponsor?
Don't you think?
We will have time for comments and discussion. So the hands that are up have questions for the sponsor. Please leave your hand up if you do. Representative Hassenfuss.
And this one,
Senator Curry, do you think that this institute could sort of serve that purpose? I noticed that it's going to be housed at the University of Maine, and it needs to be available to any interested group or individual. Wouldn't they have the flexibility to be able to pull in all the data that's already out there and aggregate it into one file for this committee to view and anybody else who wants to see it at the University of Maine?
Well, thank you, Representative Hassenfuss, for your question. I think they were very clear, and that as MEPRI being the model, they're not doing research that other people are doing. So it is, if they're getting stuff from the state economist, then state economists would be part of it, or any other group that they're not going to engage in any of that work. They may pull it in if it relates to it. They're going to pull in data points, but the intention is that these are robust studies that will take this committee to a deeper level of understanding of the both the economic development and the workforce development challenges that we face here in Maine, and specific to Maine. The other part that I really like is answering the question of who else. We heard that earlier with the Pine Tree. Whatever is going to replace Pine Tree is like, the question they'll be answering is, what are other states similar to us doing? And that's kind of the same question that they would be looking at is, are there trends that are happening nationally that we should be considering, or options that are happening nationally beyond us, but looking at our own data to see if it's relevant and makes sense to do here.
Did you have a follow-up, Representative, or are you all set?
I'm all set.
Any further questions for Senator Curry? Seeing none. Is there anyone that the committee members would like to hear from as far as attendees? Any further discussion? Senator Curry?
Thank you, Chair Roberts. Senator Searway, I had a question for Senator Searway. Earlier during the public hearing, he had some concerns around the total cost. And my goal on this would be, if we have the potential for the strongest vote, is there a number that we would feel comfortable with? And so my question for Senator Searway is there a number that you would feel comfortable supporting this bill at?
Well, I can talk to I'd like to have a caucus on that, and we could probably at least talk about it a little bit.
Great.
So if we can take 5-10 minutes.
That.
All right.
It's fine with me.
Okay. We'll talk about it.
Senator Curry? Senator Curry, I believe that was the fiscal note that's generated. I don't think that that's anything we can change.
I believe it was because it was I think we can change it, because we could say we're going to give them less money. And so to fund it. So instead of funding 6 to 8 studies, we would fund 4 to 6 or 3 to 4. And so with that, I think we have the ability to make it a larger or a smaller institute. And so I think there's some flexibility on that front if that's something that the committee can get to a greater, if we can get to a greater unanimity to figure out what the right number is on that.
We want to break off and come back. Senator Searway, why don't you shoot a timeout for me?
Okay, what time is it now?
It is 2:13.
So how about if we come back at 2:20, 2:25, something like that?
We'll make it
2:25.
2:25, sounds good. Okay.
Thank you.
Sorry, Representative Geiger, you're on mute. Representative Bailey, you are not on mute.
Thank you.
It's okay. It's just the opposite of what we've been hearing for the whole session, huh?
Yeah, I loved earlier when I got up to give an impassioned speech about why we should pass that youth bill and just be done with it, and then internet cut out, which happens pretty much every 2 hours, thanks to the internet reliability in the greater Portland area, which, you know.
Yeah, well, you can do it a week from now. We'll let you make the motion.
Thanks. I appreciate it. I'll get my thoughts together and it'll be a great speech. So, you know, be ready. Do we have one more bill after this or two?
One.
One. I don't know if you have any language review or not.
Yep, sorry, you do. We are going to language review, but it shouldn't take long. I promise to be quick.
That's a
Sunny
hard
out there.
yes.
It's sunny out there, Rachel.
I know. Well, we are at the end, guys. I'm turning them out as fast as I can, and I know
I appreciate
wish they
it.
could be faster.
We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Tavis, are you there? Representative Hasselbuss? Oh, now we have 7 for sure. Okay. Senator Curry. You're on mute. I'm gonna get a sign that just says you're on mute. Make it sparkly.
That's the new phrase of the year. You're on mute.
I'm gonna make like a sparkly little sign and just.
Thank you, Representative Chair Roberts. I would make a motion to ought to pass as amended, with the amendment being the final bill from the 129th that we reviewed, to reference a $100,000 investment, and to make it a pilot that, and this is where I need to figure out, what is a reasonable end date. So is that a 2-year, so that it will have two. So we'll have so it will have a 2-year and then and then a review. So it would be a pilot for 2 years. And I don't have the exact date, and so I don't know if anyone. I would love to hear from to see if the university, if that makes any if the committee might be able to help me on an end date. It would be at which point we would report back a bill with the ability to then report a way to decide to continue it.
So we have a motion, if we can get a second, and then maybe a friendly amendment. Is there a second?
I'll second it.
Seconded by Senator Searway.
And I want to thank Senator Searway for helping me with that.
I would, Senator Curry, maybe offer kind of the same structure that in date wise that we had put forth on a previous one to carry it through the next legislative session. So that would be that it goes through September 1 of 2024 with a report back of January 15th, 2024. So it would be a 3-year, but it gets through the next legislative session, the 131st.
I would be okay with that. Just make that the motion, and then we could debate that.
Yep.
Senator Curry, do you accept that friendly amendment the second?
I do.
And Senator Searway?
Yep.
Okay.
Yes.
Oh, and all this discussion. Let me see who went up first here. Representative Hassan-Foss.
Sorry, my hand is still up. I was just gonna suggest the same thing you did, so.
Representative Bernard?
Yes, Chair Roberts, thank you. Did you say in your motion that the end date was going to be, I can't remember, 24, whatever it was in 24. So could you say the two dates one more time?
Yes, my friendly amendment was the pilot ending September 1st of 2024, which would bring us 90 days after adjournment of the 131st, but with the report back being January 15th of 2024. So that gives the committee time to report out a bill during that session if they deem fit.
Thank you. Exactly.
Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, is the committee ready for the vote? Ms. Breton, can you call the roll?
Okay, so we
Could you
have,
have a, excuse me, could you have a read the motion just so that we got it all encapsulated, please?
Absolutely.
Jody, did you want to do that or do you want me to do it?
go for it.
Okay. The amendment, it's ought to pass as amended. The amendment is it's the amendment that was shared on the screen, which was the final version of LD 1342 from the 129th, with the following changes to that. It would reference a $100,000 investment instead of the current appropriations and allocations section of that bill, which is $250. So it would be $100,000 reference for investment, that it would be a pilot program or pilot project that would have a sunset date of September 1st, 2024, with a report back January 15th, 2024. And if I may ask, is that a report back with the option to submit out legislation? I assumed from the conversation that is what you meant. I just wanted to clarify. And I think that was everything that is in the amendment.
You're on mute, Representative Ducharme.
I just said thank you for reading it off. I wasn't concurring. There were a couple of pieces that I had missed and I wanted to make sure I had it.
Okay. Is the committee now ready for the vote? Ms. Breton, can you call the roll?
So if an ought to pass is amended, motion made by Senator Curry, seconded by Senator Seaway. Representative Geiger.
Yes.
Representative Geiger, yes. Representative Andrews is absent. Representative Pebworth.
Yes.
Representative Pebworth, yes. Representative Collmore is absent. Senator Lucchini is absent. Senator Seaway.
Yes.
Senator Seaway, yes. Representative Ducharme.
Yes.
Representative Ducharme, yes. Representative Austin.
Yes.
Representative Austin, yes. Representative Hassenfuss.
Yes.
Representative Hassenfuss, yes. Representative Bailey.
Yes.
Representative Bailey, yes. Representative Bernard.
Yes.
Representative Bernard, yes. Representative Roberts.
Yes.
Representative Roberts, yes. Senator Curry.
Yes.
Senator Curry, yes. That's 10 in the affirmative with 3 absent.
Okay, all present have now voted. I will close the work session on LD 1517. Senator Curry, would you like me to keep going or would you like to?
I'd be happy to take the gavel again. Sure.
Okay.
And
We're
I'll
in
find
favor.
where we are. So we'll open up the work session on LD 1551, an act to ban the sale of cosmetics that have been tested on animals. And with that, we'll ask Ms. Olson to lead us through the bill analysis. Thank you.
You're welcome. All right, LD 1551, an act to ban the sale of cosmetics that have been tested on animals. This bill prohibits manufacturers from selling or offering to sell a cosmetic if the cosmetic was developed or manufactured using cosmetic animal testing on or after November 1st, 2021. That's your list of proponents. And I had some information requests. The committee requested a side-by-side of state legislation related to or similar to this LD. It was mentioned during the public hearing that a number of states have already enacted this legislation and or are considering similar bills. And so the sponsor actually provided the side-by-side comparison with links to the legislation, as well as federal legislation that was introduced in the 116th Congress, and that is its current status is introduced in the 116th. California, Nevada, Illinois, and Virginia all have enacted very similar legislation, and we can see the comparison on the chart in just a moment. There are similar bills being considered in Hawaii, which I believe is on the governor's desk, Maryland, New Jersey, New York, and Rhode Island. Links to those bills and the recent status of where those bills are is included at the bottom of the chart, and it's available as a PDF in the electronic LD file as well. We could take a moment to look at that in just a second. And then there was a lot of talk about businesses, organizations in the state who support this legislation or similar legislation. This sponsor provided the following list of companies in Maine that support it. Many manufacturers and other businesses are a part of the Personal Care Products Council, and through their membership in that council, which is very supportive of pushing this legislation or this type of legislation forward, they support through their membership, which is nearly 600 member companies, including many of the larger companies whose names you may recognize. But the list that she provided represent main industries. First Impact in New York, First Impact New York in New Gloucester, Green Tech USA in Yarmouth, Lotus Garden Botanicals in Biddeford, Lush in Portland. Lush is a nationwide personal care product company, but they do have a brick and mortar store here in Portland. Maine Hemp Works in Naples, One Earth Natural Food Stores in Shapley, Salty Girl Beauty in Biddeford, True North Beauty in Milo. So that's just a list of the companies that have signed on that are here in Maine. And those are just smaller ones. I think it was of note, there are some other larger ones that are perhaps under the umbrella of bigger companies that are signed on through the council. I did link the federal legislation for which the state legislation before you and in other states is modeled after. They mentioned that the work on this piece of legislation before you today was done purposely to model the federal legislation. Obviously, the federal legislation has more in it because of the powers of the federal government as they relate to commerce. There was a question around whether there were any constitutional issues related to the Commerce Clause within this LD. If the committee was to move forward with this, that we could analyze that or any changes to it more closely. But I will just note that, as we'll see on the side-by-sides, this language has been passed in other states, is being considered at the federal level. So the ultimate constitutional decision would fall through litigation if there someone chose to proceed with that. But if we proceed, I can certainly, if the committee does vote on this or a version of it, we could have a more discussion on that on language review if the issue still existed. Would you like me to pull up the side-by-side of the states as well? I did share that independently, so I'm happy to pull it up and kind of walk us through that, but I don't have to as well since I shared it separately. I didn't have it.
Is there a member that wishes to see that now? Representative Hassenfuss?
Yeah, I don't necessarily wish to see it. I just have a question on that. Is the statute or the proposed statute before us, is that almost identical to any of the others in another state?
Yes, they are all very, very similar to one another. And they are very similar to the federal one, but as I mentioned, the federal one can get at certain things that states really can't get at, such as labeling, for example, was one. Yeah, they all have a sales ban, and they're all relatively recent. The ones that are already enacted were either January 1 of 2020 or November of 2021. That they basically all say the same. It's unlawful for a manufacturer within the state to profit from or sell within the state any cosmetic that was developed or manufactured using animal testing that was done after the date that's set in the statute. So like I said, most of them were beginning of 2020 or 2021. I think Virginia's is the most recent. So theirs is actually January 1 of 2022. And they all have the same essential exemptions as well. And the sponsor did note that, those exemptions are to take in kind of the reality of both international and federal sort of regulations around the cosmetics industry. And anything that's considered a drug and not a cosmetic isn't included within this testing requirement either. So there definitely leaves out a lot of things as well.
Ms. Breton, could you go ahead and shift the bill sponsor into the panelist? Welcome, Representative Dudera. Having heard the bill analysis, is there anything you wish to add?
Yeah, the only thing I did want to say, thank you very much. Good to be here. Happy Thursday to everybody. To address that interstate commerce clause question, the law treats all manufacturer companies the same in state and out of state. So it's my understanding that there would be no commerce clause issue.
Thank you. Thank you. Are there any questions for Representative Dudera? Chair recognizes Representative Geiger.
I just wanted to thank you, Representative Dudera, for such a thorough job with both the bill and the research behind it. It makes my job much easier. So thank you so much.
Well, I will say you're welcome, but it is actually my stakeholders who have done all that hard work for me. So that's Katie Hansberry and another woman, Vicky, I think her last name is Kamiak. Anyway, I'll get you the names, but they did all the hard work. Thank you, though. Appreciate it.
Chair recognizes Senator Searway.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just one question. I wanted to know if you had reached out to Jackson Laboratories, if this affects them in any way.
I did not, but it is my understanding that they are not making cosmetics. So I don't think we need to worry about it. And I'm just getting a little note here from Katie Hansberry, and I guess that she did reach out. And so no, it does not affect Jackson Laboratories. Good question. Thank you.
Thank you.
Chair recognizes Representative Ducharme.
Perhaps I missed it in either the testimony or in the bill analysis, but if there is a federal law already governing this, and in looking at the way the federal law is structured, that covers commerce across state lines and so forth, why do we need to have a law in Maine like this?
I'll just jump in. I'm sorry. I think that was my misrepresentation. It's been proposed at the federal level. It's not federal law. So there's a proposed piece of legislation that's been introduced on the floor of I think both in the House and the Senate, but it hasn't been acted on.
And if I may,
Representative Dudera, would you like to respond to the why do we need this?
Yes, thank you. You could tell I was kind of jumping up and down to do that. Thank you for that question, Representative Ducharme. And it raises a really good point. The reason that states are doing this is, for one thing, we believe in it, but also to put some pressure on the federal government to pass that legislation, which will then in turn put pressure on other countries to also pass similar laws, such as China.
May I follow up?
Go ahead.
In addition to kind of overlapping the federal law, the other question that I had was in the enforcement piece, I'm concerned that that's kind of left to the Attorney General. And given everything that's going on, my concern is that somebody could make an allegation against somebody selling cosmetics, ruin their business with an accusation and find out that they were wrong. But their business is still ruined. So that concerns me when we start talking about creating laws and enforcing them that may or may not be covered across the states, all the states.
Is that a question or a comment that you're trying to make?
Did you have a response to that in terms of the enforcement? I see it's with the AG, but how do you see that happening?
Thank you. Thank you for the question. If I may, Mr. Chair, I'll just go ahead. Thank you. Well, there's no economic incentive for companies to violate this because, they certainly get a lot of good PR around following it. So it would be tough to see a company that's a manufacturer here, and we haven't heard from any that would want to violate this. All the companies that we've heard from are in favor of it. And in fact, as you heard, many national cosmetic companies are also already doing it. And you're right, enforcement would be largely complaint driven. Someone would need to bring a complaint and that would spur an investigation. But in other states, California, Nevada, and Illinois, the laws have been in effect since last January. And so far, there has been no enforcement action. So I think that this is largely something that cosmetic companies in the US are already behind. It's been a movement for a while. And so I think that in Maine, with our brand and our love of our wildlife and animals in general and nature, I think it's a natural for our state. But thanks for the question.
Thank you for that answer. I appreciate it.
Are there any other questions for Representative Dudera? Senator Searway, did you have a question for Representative Dudera? No, no question. Okay. Representative Hassenfuss, did you have a question for Representative Dudera? Yes, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Representative Dudera, do you know what products will affect essentially? Like, do you know like the specific products in the specific stores that carry those that now will have to take them off the shelves here?
Well, I don't know. I mean, I can't say specific products. We could certainly get you that information, but it's cosmetics, which are shampoo, makeup. Interestingly, it's not anything that's like an anti-aging. You probably don't need to worry about anti-aging makeup yet, but you wait. Anything that's anti-aging or has sunscreen, that is not a cosmetic. So those kinds of things are not covered. But shampoo, lipstick, those are the things that come right to mind. And nothing will be removed from store shelves. This only deals with new animal testing. So we're not going to be going and confiscating anything from any main stores.
So may I ask a follow-up, Mr.?
Sure, please.
So your understanding of this is just that if a business wants to implement a new product line, that they need to first look and make sure that there is no animal testing before they put it on their shelves. But it will not affect anything that's currently on the market.
You know, you can't find your cursor. Sorry, I'm looking at that. Yes, that is my understanding. And I'm just going to look, I've got my notes here just to see if I could give you a little bit. Yeah, and the bill limits the responsibility to the manufacturers, not the retailers. So it's not the retailers, who we're talking about. It's the manufacturers.
Chair recognizes Representative Geiger.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So Representative Dudera, just walk me through a little bit. So this bill will prevent manufacturers in the state of Maine or across the country from offering products in Maine that are the result of new animal testing. Is it just Maine manufacturers or anyone looking to sell in Maine?
Across the country.
Okay.
Yes.
And will this prevent the flood of current cosmetics from China, which do animal testing, from being sold in Maine?
China is exempt. And that is unfortunately, but that is to address the realities of the cosmetics market right now. But the more we pass laws like this, and this is why this movement is taking hold across the country and why so many states are trying to do it. Because the more we do that, then we get the federal law passed, and then that will put pressure on China to end this really cruel practice, which now there is no reason to do.
Are there any other questions for Representative Dudera? Seeing none, thank you very much for joining us this afternoon. And Ms. Breton, if you could shift Representative Dudera. Look, oh, you already did. Representative Hassenfuss.
Sorry, Mr. Chair, I just had one other follow-up question, but maybe the committee can help me with this. So I've heard that the reason for this bill is to prevent manufacturers who do animal testing from selling products here in Maine. And it seems that the lion's share of these manufacturers are from foreign countries, but foreign countries are specifically excluded from this. So I don't know, I guess.
I see that Ms. Hainsbury is in our attendee list. And as she did the research behind this, that was that Representative Dudera reference. Why don't we ask her to come in? Would that be all right to ask her?
Yes,
Ms.
yes,
Hainsbury,
yes,
that
yes.
question?
Yes.
No, oh, here we go.
Yep.
Sorry, there we go. I was having a little technical trouble getting on screen there. Good morning.
Welcome. Did you hear the question?
I did, yes. So I am Katie Hansberry. I'm the Maine State Director for the Humane Society of the United States. And thank you very much for inviting me to join the discussion. And thank you for the question. So yeah, so part of this is that there is need for this issue to be addressed at the federal level. And a way for us to get there is by passing these laws that, as you've heard already, is very much supported by the industry. They really are looking for needed regulatory alignment, and passing these laws is helping provide that for them. And in addition to the 4 states that have already passed it, something similar here in the US, as well as the other states that are currently considering it, there are 40 countries that have passed laws that address cosmetics testing on animals. So there is this global trend, and this is helping us move forward on that global trend. And with the exemptions that are included in the bill that deal with, somebody being able to do animal testing in order to sell in that country, such as China, what the language specifically does is doesn't create a loophole. Like, they can't use that animal testing data to satisfy the safety assurance requirement for selling it in Maine. So they wouldn't be able to use the animal testing data that they did to sell in China. They would have to have separate, and again, this is going forward, so any new animal testing, they would have to have separate non-animal alternative testing done in order to have the safety assurance for selling those products here in Maine and the other states in the US. Does that help answer your question?
Yeah, sort of. Do you know how many manufacturers in the US that we're talking about that this bill would affect?
So this bill affects manufacturers of cosmetic products as defined by the Federal Drug and Cosmetic Act. So the definition for cosmetics that you see here in the bill is the language taken directly from the Federal Drug and Cosmetics Act. So we have consistency there. And so it applies to all of the US manufacturers. And as noted, the PCPC, I'm forgetting what that stands for right now, but they represent over 600 manufacturers. They're the leading industry organization. I forget the percentage, it's very high, of the numbers of manufacturers that they represent. But they are fully behind this type of legislation, and they are supportive.
Thank you. Are there any other questions for Ms. Hansberry? Chair recognizes Senator Searway.
I still don't understand why we can't put China in there with everybody else. It seems like it's gonna just corner the market for China, that they can still sell and we're allowing the others, they can't. So to me, that's not good policy. So I don't know if I could support it if I'm gonna do that.
Is that correct? Ms. Hansberry, can you address that?
So if I may, my colleague who is an issue expert that works on this specific issue, and so she's worked on the other state bills, she's also in the attendee room, Vicky, or I don't know if she's in there as Victoria Katrinek. It may be helpful if you would allow her to come in to help address these kind of larger, scale questions, because she does work on this issue on a broader scope than I do.
Ms. Breton, if you could go ahead and invite Ms. Katrinek?
Yes.
Yeah. And
thank you very much, Senator Searway, for that question, and so that we can get that clarity for you.
Thank you.
Welcome, Ms. Katrinek. Did you hear the question?
Yes, I did. Thank you. So for China, it's not that a bunch of Chinese companies will get an exemption that US companies would not. The truth is that most of the major US cosmetics manufacturers are selling in China, So this exemption allows them to continue to sell in China without being impacted by this, because in China there are requirements for animal testing. So it's not actually going to give Chinese manufacturers a leg up on US manufacturers. It just recognizes the reality of the Chinese regulations such as they stand right now. And while we're hopeful that they will continue to move in the direction of accepting non-animal methods instead of requiring companies to provide new animal data, until that time, this exemption is necessary for industry.
So if I were to understand that correctly, so for example, Unilever, as was one of the companies on that, or as part of the larger association that supports this, if they come up with new cosmetics, they're going to need to do non-animal testing for that to pass, to have that come forward on the US market, but they may also have to do animal testing if they want to sell in China, and they would be able to do that. That's right.
So Unilever is a great example because they're actually based in the EU, and the EU has had a law on their books since 2013 that does not allow them to use any new animal data for their cosmetic products. So they've already had to do this in order to be in compliance with the EU law. But unfortunately, we can't really regulate what China requires. So this exemption is to address the reality that companies may need to do animal testing in order to sell in China. It doesn't then require them to pull their products off of store shelves in Maine. But also it does provide provisions that just allows the use of that new animal data to just take advantage of it and use it as a loophole.
Gotcha. So, so with Procter & Gamble, I'll use their example because they're US based. If they're trying to sell in China and are required to use animal testing for China, they can't then use that animal testing for support within the US or in Europe, evidently. So that would be that's what the national law is trying to do, but that would be how they would be impacted in Maine.
Exactly. And both P&G and Unilever have supported the Humane Society of the United States Bee Cruelty Free campaign. They're working with us to try to get these laws passed because they do want this international regulatory alignment. That's what they are seeking.
Chair recognizes Representative Ducharme.
I just have a really quick question. Will these products that are developed in China and tested on animals be available in Walmart?
The products that are tested on animals to address Chinese regulations would still be allowed to be sold in the US. What a company couldn't do is use any new animal data that was created in order to get their products onto the Chinese market to substantiate the safety of their product here in the US. And so what happens with these companies is that they use the non-animal methods. They support the non-animal methods. They think they're better, they're cheaper. They provide more human relevant information to develop their products. But then when they go to sell their products in China, China has a list of additional requirements that they may need them to do additional new animal testing on top of what they've already done to substantiate the safety here, if that makes sense.
Follow-up, Representative Ducharme? No. Okay. Are there any more questions for the committee? Thank you very much, Ms. Hansberry and Ms. Katrinek.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Is there any more debate or comment? Chair recognizes Representative Roberts.
Are you ready for a motion, Mr. Chair?
Are we ready for a motion? Does anyone else have any concerns they wish to share or questions? I'm seeing lots of hands. So do we have questions before the motion? Why don't we do the motion because we can still do questions afterward. So Representative Roberts.
I'd like to move on LD 1551, ought to pass.
Is there a second? It's been moved and seconded. Comments? I saw Senator Searway first. Senator Searway.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I still feel kind of questionable about this China deal of, and it seems like it's cornering the market, and I don't feel comfortable about that. I do like the idea of this bill. I think that it has good intentions, and I think, but I can't get past doing not for all. If you do one, you do all, and you don't just keep a certain segment out that can take advantage. Even like Walmart coming in and selling products that other places can't. So I'm just kind of concerned about that, and I can't vote for that. So I'm going to have to go ought not to pass.
Senator Searway, I'll try to convince you. What I heard on that was something different, was that we were trying not to penalize the companies that wanted to sell in China for the requirement that they had to do testing in order to be in China. But as far as I understand, every company that wants to sell in the US has to meet the same standard of non-animal would have to meet, I'm sorry, in Maine and with the other states, and assuming the Fed law passes, would have to meet the same standard of non-animal testing here as well. So it's just allowing those that are selling in China to be able to do testing and not be penalized because of that, but they still can't use animal testing. Any company, whether it's Chinese based or US based or wherever, would still have to use, to justify the safety of their product, would have to use non-animal testing. That's what I'm understanding it to be. So that would be a similar standard for everybody.
Can we get clarity on that through Ms. Olson?
That'd be great. Ms. Olson, is that your understanding? Did I get that right, or am I off?
No, that was my understanding. My takeaway as well is that for the states that have passed that legislation here in the United States, and if the federal government was to move forward on similar legislation, that companies who want to, manufacturers who want to profit or sell within those states and potentially the country, if that federal legislation passed, would have to provide data to get their products on the shelves that was not tested on animals. But as I think, I can't remember if it was Ms. Hansberry or Vicki, China has this like extra step. So they're saying, look, I see the data that you got from doing non-animal testing, but we're going to make you also tested on animals as well. So that was my understanding. And from the data that they shared, that's true in other parts of the country as well, the EU being the largest bloc, but also in some South American countries that I can remember from the list also have this requirement in place. So I think it's the exception is really just to make sure that no one is limited from the global marketplace. But to be able to sell here in the states that have this legislation, like you can't use animal testing data to get that approval. So you'd have to have the other type, non-animal. So that would be my understanding.
Does that answer your question, Senator Searway? You're mulling it through. We'll keep going. We'll keep going.
Yeah, right.
So, Chair recognizes Senator Representative Bernard.
Thank you very much, Chair Curry. My question is right along the same line as Senator Searway's, and that is it my correct understanding, while I understand that a new piece of legislation by the federal government could allow our manufacturers to go ahead and sell in China the way that they always have, and doing it the way that China is insisting for their own country. However, I'm not hearing that we're going to insist that not just our manufacturers, but other countries' manufacturers would not be able to test on animals and to be able to sell here. So it doesn't seem like it's a level playing field if I'm understanding it correctly. So what I'm saying is China is saying that here's what must happen in order to sell here in this country, but we're not really saying here's what must happen in order to sell in this country, unless it's just to us. So I'm afraid that we may be passing a piece of feel-good legislation, which, by the way, this is feel good to me. I don't think we should be testing on animals either, but I'm afraid that we're passing a piece of legislation that makes us feel good, but doesn't really have any impact on how animals are being tested in other countries, and that we're going ahead and having an open market for that. Am I getting that right?
Who would like to address that? Chair recognizes Representative Hassenfuss.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I don't think that we're interpreting that correctly. Based on A1, the exclusion, it also says, as long as no evidence derived from the testing was relied upon to substantiate the safety of the cosmetic ingredients or cosmetic product being sold by the manufacturer in the state. So we're saying that they can test in China or whatever country you want to put there to sell in that country. But if you want to sell it here, you need to show that it's safe in a method other than animal testing, is the way I read that language there. And then a question for Ms. Olson is, it's been a while since I was in law school, but I also wonder if the state can even regulate what's done with a product coming into the United States from a foreign country. I wonder if the state even has that authority to do. So that might be another reason why, foreign countries are excluded from this, but that's my take on it. So I do think it provides those protections in Maine, but it says if you're outside of the US, if you're outside of the state of Maine, we have no jurisdiction, so we can't tell you what you're going to do there.
Ms. Olson, did you want to respond to Representative Hassenfuss's question?
I mean, I don't have the answer to that. He's been to law school much more recently than I have, because I've never been. And as I said, that would be something that I would, if the committee was to move forward on this piece of legislation, that I certainly would make sure to have a direct conversation about as it relates to the Commerce Clause. But as I mentioned, I believe that I believe the committee can move forward with it as it is written. If the committee
I think it's just if we said China, if we said you can't get any products from China, I think that's where the issue would lie.
Yes, and that would actually, I can feel comfortable saying that is true. The state can't just say we won't buy from China, so the state can't do that. And I will also just second what Representative Hassenfuss, how he put that. That's the understanding about that loophole is also how I'm interpreting that. So, which is not really a loophole, so it's just an exemption.
Chair recognizes Representative Austin.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm not sure I dare even try. So if it's manufactured and sold here, we will not utilize animal testing. But for it to go to China to be sold, is it going to be tested here in this country for the China shipment? Or are these American manufacturers in China that are doing it there? I'm just a little unclear there. Does anybody follow that?
So no one currently has addressed where does the animal testing happen. And so
Looking to Tavis to help us. Help.
No, I think one of the guests we had on previously, the head of the federal animal safety, I'm forgetting the ASP.
Humane Society.
Humane Society, yeah. I think she sort of explained it, and I might be interpreting this wrong, but that if the product is made in the United States, they don't do animal testing. They can sell it to every state, including if Maine implements this. But then if they want to sell it in China, China says you need to do animal testing. And so then they would have their labs somewhere in China do that testing. And then they'd say, yes, it's safe. And we're using China as the example, but it could be any country outside the United States. And I presume the testing happens in that country, but it may not. I don't know.
Since we have that question, why don't, and we have Ms. Hansberry here, still in the attendee list, why don't we ask her to come back up to the podium? Ms. Hansberry, this must be incredibly painful for you to watch us stumble around and try to figure this out. Your work.
No, not at all.
Can you help us out?
I appreciate the discussion, and I acknowledge it is confusing, and I do really appreciate you walking through and discussing it. I will again mention that Vicki Katranik is also in the room. She has a little bit more knowledge with respect to what happens elsewhere. But I was looking at so I don't know if you might.
I actually don't see her in the. She's no longer in the.
Oh, she's no longer in there. Oh,
yeah.
Okay, maybe she. That's strange. Let's see. So the question. So what was the specific? Was there a specific question I could address, or do you just
Representative Austin? Would you like to try to weigh in on your question again?
About where the testing happens?
Yeah. So does this bill get at whether the test? I mean, we'll take let's say it's a large U.S. company that is trying to sell in China, and they're required to do testing in China or testing for the Chinese market. How would that play out?
Yeah, so one thing I do want to, so this is, it was a little confusing in the side-by-side comparison chart, because I think the first row was about a testing ban, and that is addressed, and I think Ms. Olson, identified this. The federal law would be able to address some additional things such as labeling. The state level bills, for the most part, they're focused on a sales ban. And so they don't get into, a testing ban. But when you look at the first exemption under A1, that exemption is specific to animal testing that is conducted outside of the United States. So this exemption is really trying to get at those situations. And I think a number of the committee members, thank you, Senator Curry and Representative Hessenfuss, I think you probably did a better job, more eloquently, in trying to get at the complexity of this. But exactly, this isn't about trying to create or allowing a cornering of the market for foreign countries where they are requiring animal testing here in the state. What that is looking at, so all of these, industry, there's no opposition to this. There's been no opposition on any of the state bills from any cosmetics manufacturer. Industry is behind this. They really want the regulatory alignment. And what this is doing is they want to acknowledge that one of these larger companies that is selling in, just again, for example, someplace like China, to sell their products here in Maine or any of the other states that have passed this type of a law, they have to do their safety assurance data based on non-animal testing. But this acknowledges, and what this exemption does says, all right, well, if you're also selling in China, we recognize that China is requiring you to do testing there. So we're acknowledging that reality of the cosmetics industry. So that exemption is specific to cosmetics testing that happens outside of the United States.
So they
Representative Austin, did that answer your question?
I'll just ask one more question. Maybe that will
Please.
seal the deal. Thank you, Mr. Chair. So the companies in the US that do want to sell to China would have to have manufacturing sites in China?
Vicky K, did you want to answer that? I see that you're back in.
Go ahead. Thank you.
Yeah, sorry about that. I left because I thought I was done. Yes, the exemption actually says in it that the testing has to be conducted outside of the United States for sale in a foreign country. And what happens in China is that companies are required to do the testing within China, and they must have a Chinese lab do the testing themselves. So the companies themselves are not actually even doing the testing. And unfortunately, that's just the reality of how China operates. But what it's important to specify is that for any company that's trying to sell their products in Maine, if you pass this bill, they would all have to comply with the same requirements. So you're not creating a different set of rules for a company that manufactures in another country. What you're actually saying is if you want to sell here in Maine, you have to comply with our non-animal testing standard.
So that would apply to China having products coming into our country and our state, or our state.
Exactly.
So Walmart would be excluded from things of that nature on their shelves. We're just picking Walmart.
Chair recognizes Representative Ducharme. You're muted.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay. I just did a quick internet search of China's mandatory animal testing policy and found that as of May 1st, 2021, China will no longer require animal testing on most imported cosmetics. There you go.
Is the I'll ask our Humane Society guest here what they understand that to be, the situation they understand that to be.
Yeah, so it's unfortunately, I wish it were like a victory that I could just cheer along, but it's not quite that simple. They are removing mandatory testing, yes, but they still don't accept many of the non-animal test data for many of the test areas. So until they do that next step, companies, if they want to sell there, will still need to show animal data for those test areas. So it's a step in the right direction, but it's not eliminating the need to do animal testing there at this stage.
So it may not, the situation might be that it's not mandatory, but there's no other way to prove safety there.
Right,
okay.
Exactly.
Okay. Chair recognizes Representative Geiger.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My hand was up before Ms. Hainsbury and Katrinik came back in. So I just want us to be clear because I felt like we did a great deal of muddying of the waters until the two of you came back in. So thank you so much for hanging out and coming back in. So just to be clear, if we pass this bill, like the other states have passed, any company selling in Maine, whether they do animal testing in their own country or not, cannot present that data as a reason to be able to sell here having established safety. That no matter what their own requirements are, in order to sell here, they also have to demonstrate using non-animal testing that their product is safe. Is that correct?
That's right.
Okay. And then any company in the United States that is selling in our state must demonstrate that and is already fully behind this movement and are no longer using animal studies, but that when they sell in a product outside the United States that still requires animal testing, they are able to do so that this bill in no way impedes their ability to work in the global marketplace. Is that correct?
Yes, that's right. And that's why this bill has no opposition, because this completely aligns with what the cosmetics industry is trying to do anyway. And it kind of pushes the ball forward. It gets us closer to the end goal of getting this totally eliminated. So yes, thank you.
Thank you.
Chair Representative Roberts, do you have a question, or are you trying to go to comments?
I was just going to address Representative Bernard's question.
Okay.
In regards to, as Ms. Olson said, we cannot dictate what we can get from other countries. And this may feel like a feel-good bill, but it does move the needle, and it does put us in the quote movement. And what that movement does is, in the end, pushes for federal action, which could do what you're looking to do. So they need the push, and us joining in gives that push, as along with the other states that are getting in the mix as well, if that helps clear it up. Because we don't have any right to say that we can't take stuff from other countries. That's not, we have no legal authority to do that whatsoever.
That was exactly the question. Thank you so much, Representative Roberts.
Are there any other questions for our guest? Seeing none, we'll say goodbye again. Thank you very much.
Thank you again.
So, is the committee ready for a vote, or do we have any more comments? Representative Bernard, Senator Searway, do you feel like you need a caucus, or are you feeling good? Okay. Representative Geiger, are you ready to make a motion?
Comment and then motion? Or I can make a motion and then we can have discussion after the motion.
All right, why don't you make the motion and then we'll do comment after.
Motion's been made.
Oh, are we already there? We already are sitting with a motion?
Yeah, I think we have an ought to pass motion made by Representative Roberts, seconded by
Thank you.
Representative Bailey.
It was so long ago, I forgot. So a comment, Representative Geiger.
Yeah, I just want to say I grew up in the land of big hair and lots of makeup. And despite 40 years in Maine, still wear makeup. And I've never had any trouble finding products that did not involve animal cruelty. And I would second Representative Roberts. This is how change is made. It usually starts at the states put increasing pressure on the feds. As industry sees where states are moving, they make the changes they need to make, and this is how it happens. So I think if we would like to see the elimination of needless animal cruelty, I mean, I'm in the medical world, it's still necessary sometimes that we use animals for medicine, but for cosmetics, we don't need to. And so there's no reason not to support this bill.
Chair recognizes Representative Bailey.
Ditto. And Mr. Chair, I'd like to call the question if we could, please.
Looks like the committee is ready for the vote. I'll ask Ms. Breton to call the roll.
Okay, so I have an ought to pass motion made by Representative Roberts, seconded by Representative Bailey. I don't believe we need to do ought to pass as amended, do we, Rachel?
I don't think so. I don't imagine this will generate a fiscal note.
Okay, that was my only question there. Representative Geiger?
Yes.
Representative Geiger, yes. Representative Andrews, absent. Representative Pebworth?
Yes.
Representative Pebworth, yes. Representative Collmore is absent. Senator Lucchini is absent. Senator Seaway?
I'll go yes, but I think it should be have a little question mark there a little bit, but okay, I'll go yes.
Senator Seaway, yes. Representative
Yes.
Representative Ducharme, yes. Representative Austin?
Yes.
Representative Austin, yes. Representative Hassenfuss?
Yes.
Representative Hassenfuss, yes. Representative Bailey?
Yes.
Representative Bailey, yes. Representative Bernard?
Yes.
Representative Bernard, yes. Representative Roberts?
Yes.
Representative Roberts, yes. Senator Curry?
Yes.
Senator Curry, yes. That's 10 in the affirmative, 3 absent.
With a unanimous vote for this vote of members present, the report out will be ought to pass. And that will close the work session for LD 1551. I will thank our guest and our bill sponsor for bringing this bill to our attention. With that, I will look to Ms. Olson. Do we have any work?
Yes, we do, but I will be quick.
Okay.
I think it should be pretty quick. I have three language reviews for the committee today. Okay. Okay, stacked them all on top of each other. The first one is LD.
A little larger, please.
Okay, got it. I think, yes. Okay, there we go. Okay.
That's good.
LD 195, this is the majority amendment. There were actually no changes made during legal review to what the committee voted on. We have it here before. Resolved, directing the Department of Professional and Financial Regulation to develop a draft registration program for general contractors for home improvement and construction. There were no changes made to this. So just a quick.
I'm going to, is anyone opposed to no changes? Seeing none. Okay.
All right. We have LD 885. I believe this was unanimous of those who were present and voting. This is the bulk food, an act to promote bulk retail purchasing. The committee voted to change the term certain food to shelf stable food. All right, good. I see everyone nodding and smiling at me, so I think we're good there. And then we have the minority amendment to LD 891. That's an act to eliminate or forgive fines and penalties on persons and businesses due to the COVID-19 pandemic. This one struck everything out and replaced it with a new title, as it was a concept draft. And the minority report is Representative Ducharme, Representative Austin, Representative Bernard, Senator Searway, and Representative Collmore. This is the draft language. So this one does, I think, need a slightly closer look as I put together language based on recommendations that the minority report made. So it's a resolve. Section 1, eliminate or forgive fines on businesses. Resolved, all fines incurred by businesses as a result of violations of the governor's executive orders during the global pandemic known as COVID-19, or as a result of rules, regulations, or other guidance developed by state agencies and departments in response to the governor's executive orders, shall be refunded to those businesses. Any agency or department who issues fines for such violations shall identify the affected businesses and issue refunds to the businesses pursuant to this section. So that is the language that I put together for the minority report. And as I said, this one was crafted based on recommendations. So I'm looking for consent or approval from those representing the minority. I see Representative Ducharme is acceptable to this, and then Representative Austin and Bernard and Senator Searway. Just need to see in some way that you are comfortable with this language as drafted.
I think Senator Searway is not with us.
Not quite, a little off screen. So I think he might be
Senator Searway?
juggling.
Yeah. Representative Bernard, was that a head nod? Just, okay. And Representative Austin? Great, thank you. Does that give you what you need?
I think so. Yeah. I can send this out for Senator Searway to look at since he's not present.
Okay.
And those are the three I have for you. I have two more that I haven't finished editing, but so we'll have a couple language reviews every day moving forward.
Excellent. Thank you very much. Are there any other announcements? So I did announce that we will be putting bills on May 13th for a work session day. And I would assume, we've had a practice of tabling at request. Next week, I'm going to assume that we're really going to run out of any time to table. So we need to be ready to deal with everything just based on the schedule, the realities of our session. So
What do we have left for time and for amount of bills? Do you know, ballpark?
I don't have that in front of me, Ms. Olson. Did you? I think everything has gotten scheduled. Is everything on the calendar at this point, except for anything that we've tabled?
Yeah, everything is on the calendar except for what was just tabled today. Not everything has been, not advertised isn't really the right word for what we're doing now, but it hasn't necessarily been posted online yet, but has been approved. So to maybe the first part of that question about timing, we don't know at this point. Everything scheduled after tomorrow has to be approved by the presiding officers. The proposed schedule that I submitted has been, although will now be adjusted because of the change in session date. So everything that's been referred to us that we've heard or that we've tabled has been currently scheduled, with the schedule going out to the 20th. But there are still 8 potential bills to be referred to the committee. And all I know is that there are 8. I don't know anything else about that. Titles, where they stand in the process, just that there are 8 potential more bills.
Those are bills sitting in the revisor's office. So, Senator, I think we're ready.
Some are with legislators that are all in the revisor's office, so we should be.
Great, thank you. With that, we'll take a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
Everyone in favor? Have a very good evening.